One ordinary Japanese schoolboy, Kazuki Ursula, experienced such an incredible adventure that it was difficult for him to believe it. After all, he could not imagine. It's been a few years. He still looked in the mirror, not believing that everything happened that. His reflection suddenly interrupted a loud sound. A vase crashed somewhere. The indignant man asked sharply what was happening, and soon a strict gentleman approached the frightened maid. With fear in her voice, she began to pray for him. But the girl's apology was not reassured by the owner. He ordered her to remain silent and said roughly. Despite his screams, the girl continued to cry and beg for mercy. The mother with a little boy just stood on the side and watched in silence. Kazuki did not believe his eyes. Everything he saw was already met in the game Brave Hearts. It was a classic fantasy world, where the main character Rainer had to become a savior of the world. Although graphics and fights looked just like a new game, the characters acted spectacular, used magic and various skills. The story was so interesting that no one even heeded the picture. Although the plot of the game was quite straightforward, it hid secret dungeons, unexpected twists of history, romance between heroes, and really interesting conversations that were captured from the first minutes. Kazuki has repeatedly passed this game, and was so fond of adventure that he had almost called all the words of the characters. Now he was in the center of the events, as if he was moved to the game where Lord Gaydon was sitting in front of him, the head of the Stokes family, his wife Jessica, and a friend, an alarmed maid. Kazuki wondered, why are the characters in this world behave so real? How could he miss such a big game update and not notice it before? But one thing is undoubtedly to start a story with such a shocking and difficult scene of bullying the girl was a real surprise. Kazuka remembered how he was accused. Before his eyes, he reappeared from the past. Harold, the heir to the Stokes family, he executed Clara, the mother of the protagonist. It was at this moment that her excited mother was nearby, who held her in the arms. This time, Harold was distracted from his thoughts, looked at his hands, and suddenly realized that he now became part of this story. Lady Jessica addressed him and assured that she should not worry. At this time, Clara, covered with horror, begged not to kill her. But Lord Haydn has already raised his sword, ready to punish a worthless woman. In the last moments before her death, she thought of her daughter, and Harold suddenly shone that he could still change something. Harold took the decision to execute Clara himself, just as it was in the game. The cone was against it, but his body disobediently obeyed another's will. Lord Gaydon did not hide astonishment, and Harold, meanwhile, announced that he was going to use the girl as a subject for her new magical spell. He smiled quietly and said that there was no better fate for a worthless woman than such death. The simple murder would seem too familiar to him and uninteresting. Lord Gaydon agreed, acknowledging that his son's idea was really interesting, and immediately ordered the servants to throw the maid to the dungeon and carefully monitor her. He called Clara a nasty half-blood. She said they gave her the opportunity, and she only did harm and destroyed everything around, did nothing right. Lady Jessica just shrugged, they say, from such a worth not waiting for something better. Now this person will be the most convenient target for Harold's magical tests. Harold, during his role, sincerely thanked his parents and promised to have fun with Clara. At this point, Kazour noted that Harold looks much younger than in the first version of the game, although his character remained unchanged. Harold Stokes always behaved arrogantly, was in love with himself, and seemed to many the most unpleasant hero in Brave Hearts. In the end, he was killed by the main villain named Joe in the finals. Kazuka still did not understand why he was in this body, and everything seemed to him a strange dream. He was an ordinary Japanese schoolboy. But suddenly his reflection interrupted a loud knock on the door. Seeing a butterflies in front of him, Kazuka realized that he had in a hurry to enter with permission. This decision was rather a manifestation of his inner hero than characteristic of Harold. Norman is the most intelligent among the whole Stoke family and their true conscience. He was all respected, almost as a saint, because he always avoided the cruelty that this family was famous for. It was for this reason that Norman remained only a servant and did not enter the clan. He explained that he had appeared here because he had an important conversation to Harold, and only so dared to come. Norman looked carefully at the young man, noticed that he was very tired, and offered him to rest, promising that they would still have time to talk later. Kazuka said everything was fine, but his voice sounded not as usual. Even the real Harold would not answer so soft. It was very surprised by Norman, and then Kazuka tried to correct his mistake. He was angry with himself, because again he could not calmly react to Harold. Meanwhile, Norman began to suspect something, because the family heir behaved and spoke as never before. Finally, the wise Bogretsky dared to make a request. He asked not to punish Clara's maid too strictly. The Kazuka is impressed because such a request put him in a difficult position. In his hands was the fate of an innocent girl. It is he who should decide whether she will remain alive. But what to do when your decision depends on your life? He mentioned that by the plot, Harold had to ask for permission to execute Clara. These were ordinary words from the game. However, inside the boiler was not about to follow this cruel story. The tapes were difficult to put up with the fact that he turned into such an insidious hero. He was clearly aware that it is necessary to act immediately to save Clara, even if it goes contrary to the rules of the game. After all, her daughter, Colette, is the main character of this story. After her mother dies, the girl is expelled from home, and she will find herself next to the main character of the district. But if you save Clara now, the course of events will change. If the fate actually exists, the characters will certainly meet, even if it is very difficult. And Harold's future will remain a secret, because it is the cone that will be able to choose what it will be. And it is important to keep in mind the main thread of history. In this world, the danger can be kept anywhere, and even the best intentions sometimes turn to a threat to life. If you carefully change the course of events without changing the essence of history, you may have a chance to survive in this cruel fantasy world. The Kazuka thought about it, and Norman watched him carefully, waiting for him to say further. Although he really wanted to help Clary, it was necessary to act with caution. Therefore, depicting a carefree indifference, like Harold, he pretended that he was not important to the maid. However, these uncertain attempts did not help because they were not enough. It was necessary to say something definite because the hatred of the characters to him only intensified. So Kazuka decided not to make a decision yet, but to postpone the conversation about the future Clara for later. Norman did not expect to hear it. He wanted to ask, but Kazuka, inheriting Harold, grossly sent him away. The butter came out, but before that, he thanked the guy. The difficult conversation completely exhausted the guy. He wondered how he, an ordinary schoolboy, had to solve the issues on which someone's life depends. Only when he fell on the bed did it reach how serious it was. However, there was almost no chance to change. People still considered Harolda a nasty criminal. Perhaps it didn't make sense to resist. Suddenly, after his death, would he be able to return home? But this idea seemed too dangerous. And suddenly, if it dies here, then perish in real life. It was necessary to find a safer exit. After a little rest, the caster took a close look at the room. Among the scattered things, he came across an empty bottle from the elixir of life and a piece of red marble. That is exactly what he saw in the game. The books that happened to him were also written in Japanese, so the hope of learning a little more. Kazour decided to go for the development of events to understand how to get out of this situation. At the same time, he promised himself to make every effort not to repeat the terrible actions that Harold once did. There was another idea. It may not be the world of Bravehearts, but some other, just like the game. And if so, then the laws here can be completely different. Before doing something, he had to make sure he was in this world. The most important thing is to stay alive. Only then will the chance to change everything for the better and stop evil. Finally, Kazour went to the dungeon, where Clara was kept, trying to continue to behave roughly like Harold. At the entrance, he turned to the guard and asked how many people are in prison. The guard replied that only one person was held here. The Kazour ordered the guard to stay at the entrance, and he rushed to the dungeon. His unexpected appearance was so scared of the guard that he was almost fainted, and only in a confusion of heavily exhaled. The Kazour was cold and sharply, following Harold, stated that he would conduct the interrogation himself and ordered no one to go. The guard failed to go through and remained behind the door. The chamber stood damp and cold, and only the dull ray of light scattered all the darkness. The Kazour was carefully moving forward, and saw a dark corridor and prison. He asked if she was really Clara Everall. The frightened girl, seeing the terrible air, trembled from her head to feet. It seemed to her that it was an end. Kazour said that although he could kill her right now, he came here for a completely different purpose. Therefore he demanded that she honestly answer his question. At first he learned that her daughter called Colette. Clara left her home with her husband at one time, but lost it 3 years ago because of a serious illness. And only now the Kazour realized why the main character lived only with her mother. Her dad was not long gone, and she knew nothing about other relatives. Asked a few more questions, he realized that everything was answering the plot of the game. Moreover, he managed to find out something new, which was not in the game before. After the conversation, the heir of the Stokes family left a wet and dark place. Saying goodbye to Clara, he promised her that they would still see. An alarm maid thought only of her daughter. She was sure that the child would not be able to survive alone in this harsh world. She begged the young lord to take the girl under her care. Kazour, seeking himself for Harold, stated that it was humiliating and unworthy. They say, Clara just pretends to be used, uses his tears and fear to manipulate. The maid froze with surprise, and the heir silently came out of this gloomy dungeon. In fact, Kazour sincerely regretted this unhappy woman who was so injured by the abuse of the nobility. However, he could not show her support. He was shaken by her own role. He only had to go back to his room and wanted to rest a little, as a butler appeared at the door. Norman had documents in his hands that attracted the attention of the Rose. He immediately asked what it was. It turned out that Norman has a detailed map of the Stokes family. Even the smallest villages are marked on it. Kazour thought that such a thing could be useful, but now he was more concerned about the idea of rescuing Clara would be offered by Norman. It was visible as the old Bogretsky was experiencing. But he mastered himself and suggested that Clara should immediately leave the Stokes estate. The Kazour replied sharply, as Harold did, saying that he did not need the maid and let him go where he wants. The main thing is that he no longer see it or heard it. Then he asked where Norman wanted to send the girl. Norman replied, in the village of Bloch. It sounded ironically, because it was in this village that the family of the main character of the game lived. The Kazour was satisfied, because it was now clear that the characters would still see in front, and the main line of history would remain almost unchanged. Although there are still some doubts, now children will live in different families, and this can affect their friendship. Annoyed, Kazour glanced at the map and asked if he would simply cross the borders between the feudal lands. Norman said that there are almost no restrictions for ordinary people. Only barons and knowledge must follow the strict rules. But Clary will not be easy without money, so she needs to help. Kazour thought how to help the maid escape. He thought to give her money and find transport. However, he could not use a family cart. It had to get a special permission, and with the coat of arms of the family, it would have attracted extra attention. All these problems made the guy think about whether to find another way. At this time, Norman was surprised to learn that the heir learned about Clara's daughter, and even intended to help her. He seemed to be a real miracle that this young man, so young, was sincerely concerned with the lives of other people. His parents have never done so. Norman remembered everything that happened lately, and realized Harold intentionally hid Clara from her father. And now that a real danger has appeared, he tries to save her life. It turned out that Harold took care of the maid from the beginning, though he did it carefully so that no one noticed. It was very surprised by Norman, and he decided to make every effort to help. Harold's parents were real aristocrats who appreciated the purity of blood above all. They treated people with contempt, even if they were also noble origin, but their blood seemed not enough for them. For ordinary people, they had no respect at all. They considered them no one. Norman suggested that he first send Clara to the neighboring city, hoping that during the festival, she would easily find a job there. However, the Kazour, giving himself for Harold, immediately rejected the idea. He said it was a waste, because the holiday ends, and to live in that city is very expensive. If this is true, then the young heir of the Stokes family is able to become a true hope for ordinary people. After all, for many years, they suffered from the cruelty of his parents. The next day, Kazour decided to test his magical abilities. He called on the tongues of the flames that appeared before him, showing how strong he is. Just a few minutes passed as he focused, and suddenly a huge pillar of fire broke out before his eyes. At first he was very happy. It was his first spell, which he created on his own. But suddenly he remembered that this magic was much stronger in the game. But still, the feeling that he can just manage magic very pleased the ordinary guy who suddenly found himself in the body of the hero from the game. However, it was not necessary to rejoice. During the workout, the Kazour could not stop thinking about how to save Claire. He was looking for a way to make her disappearance convincing, and no one suspected the deception. Of course, Harold did not show parents a burned body of the maid. He decided that it was better to tell them that there was nothing left of her, only ashes, and she burned to the end. Kazour realized that he was no longer just a set of pixels on the monitor, but a real person he should save this night. If he does not, he will die, and it will happen much earlier than written in history. In the evening, when a solid darkness prevailed, The Clara rescue operation began. At the order of the young Lord Colette, the daughter of Clara, they brought to the place where the meeting was to take place. Seeing her mother, Colette could not contain his joy. Her happiness was boundless. This minute was so emotional that Kazour barely retained Harold. He wondered in which way the story would now unfold, because he has already changed the initial course of events in the game. Then he ordered everyone to calm down and offered two options. The first, they can die right here and stay together even after death. The second option is to stay alive, leave these lands as soon as possible and never come back here, completely breaking all the connections with the Stokes family. Clara was surprised when she saw kindness in who he had previously considered evil. However, Kazour, without betraying Harold, firmly ordered them not to waste time and quickly choose their way. Clara realized what a threat was to stay here, so she sincerely thanked and said she wanted to live. The Kazour, with a visible relief, heard her choice. He did not even imagine what he would do if she suddenly refused to escape. It was the best way to solve the situation. Before saying goodbye, Kazour put on Colette a special amulet. The girl did not know what he was for, but did not even dare to ask. Harold told her in a harsh voice, "This decoration should always be on you, and you never have to shoot her." It was his only requirement if she wanted to escape with her mother. She fled without hesitation to this condition. Kazour asked to remember his words. He will once have to convey the amulet to the one who would need it the most. It will be a guy of her age, talented in everything, that promises to become her knight and always protect her. Colette was so worried that her mother even doubted if her daughter remembered all the details. Therefore, she recalled the conditions that Mr. Harold put forward, and Kazour, without going out of the image, told them sharply to get away, in no hurry. He ordered the guards to quietly lead the girls to the cart. At the same time, he clearly warned, everything should go unnoticed, because the slightest mistake will be death. Any carelessness could disrupt their plan. The warriors were frightened, and promised to do everything they commanded. The girls thanked Harold for help, and Norman suggested that everyone return to the house because it was much colder on the street. Kazour asked a butterfly to go one, saying that he still had important things. The butterflies did not deny anything and went quietly. Left alone among the fresh forest air, Kazour thought. How many he could change in people's thoughts, even showing himself not who he really is. Once upon a time, Harold caused their pain. He accidentally collided with Clara when she watered flowers, fell, and then accused her of it. After that, he killed Claire, and everyone began to hate him. But now everything is different. He helped two innocent women to escape, giving them hope for a peaceful future. However, it was only the first step. New challenges were waiting for him. Meanwhile, Norman returned home and thought why Harold was so upset. It may not be necessary to leave it. However, Norman decided not to interfere. Suddenly, he heard the eerie laughter of the young owner. He loudly stated that he despised all the people, because his life seems to him meaningless, and deserves only for contempt. Kazour convincingly embodied the image of a mad young lord. He so fascinated the scene of ourself with a magical fire that it looked truthful. Norman was amazed with such a game, and immediately began to ask what really happened. Kazour realized that he simply repeated the learned phrases, as if playing the role of his character in the game. He understood well. It is important that others perceive it as real. The Kazour decided that sending Norman forward is a really good thought. After all, his mocking laughter and loud conversations with the imaginary Clara created the impression of a real man. The Kazour was genuinely impressed when he noticed that Norman was still in the forest. The Lord did not understand why the butterflies did not go, as he ordered, so he asked him about the cause. Norman was unable to find words to explain his behavior and just apologized to him. Kazour strictly ordered Norman to forget everything he had just seen. If Norman does not obey, Kazour threatened to take this secret with him into the grave, without sharing. It does not accept other answer options. The Bogretsky was so frightened that he immediately agreed, did not even ask what was the matter. Norman could not explain why the young lord so carefully hides his weakness and sincere desire to help others. The Bogretsky wondered that the guy seems to just take over bad habits from his parents. Since he is lacking for the strength to resist them, he tries to avoid controversy. Harold may already understand how dangerous it is, so he has learned to deceive everyone by following parents' behavior. Norman was awakened by the surprise, realizing how difficult it is for a young man to live with this burden in his soul, not having to share his experiences with. He did not notice it before, though he could support him and be near. After all, Norman realized that you would not help some compassion. Therefore, he decided to do everything on him to help the young lord, using all his strength and abilities. The Bogretsky decided to become a support for Harold, and support him, until the heart of this sincere guy finds rest, after all the suffering caused by the cruel world and parents. Meanwhile, the trolley, in which the girls traveled, slowly moved away from the place where they lived for so many years, and was already approaching the limits of the possession of Stokes. Clara could not stop the flow of thoughts, and constantly analyzed recent events. The guards obeyed the young lord's instructions and did not say a word about the events that happened. They only briefly reported about the execution of orders, and hurried to prepare horses and harness the cart. 2 guards and curls were ordered quietly and carefully to take the girls to the village of Blech and leave them there. As soon as they complete the task, they have to get on the cart and go further to the city of Lyra. The Kazour was in advance to obtain a special permission, through which his companions could move freely in foreign territories. He explained that such permission was necessary to bring the sword, which was made by the blacksmith from the lyre. The guards did not understand why they were put money on an expensive sword. They were told just to buy a cheap blade instead of expensive, and this should all be solved. At that moment, Clara kept gold coins in his palms, and could not yet believe in the strange turns of her fate. Meanwhile, Kuker told her that the village of Blech was very close. Kuker suggested that women a little rest, because they would most likely come to the destination before dawn. Clara sincerely thanked him for his care, and decided to spend this time admiring the first dawn in her new life. Dawn was incredibly good. Clara gladly met the first sunlight, which was gently climbed from the mountains. The light and wet morning air filled her heart with hope on a new day. Harold's parents were delighted with how their beloved son dealt with a terrible maid. Lord Gaydon was genuinely proud of him, and Lady Jessica rejoiced and praised Harold for his wonderful magical abilities. The Kazour confidently depicted the ominous air, and told the parents all the details of the murder, calling it an easy business. In his soul, he wondered how these naive people believe him, and did not even suspect anything suspicious. The Kazour could not believe his eyes. Harold's parents were genuinely proud that their son killed a maid. It seemed incredible to him. How can such cruel people exist? However, the most important thing was that they managed to persuade their parents. And now, Clara Colette is safe. Suddenly, Zen broke into the room and asked what Harold was doing. In response, Harold quickly ordered the door to close and strictly forbade Zen to interfere in his affairs. The Kazour, wanting to disassemble from the boy, turned to him with the tone of Harold and asked why he came. Zen, to make the conversation less intense, remembered their night trip under the moon. But Harold strictly ordered the storage of silence. He knew well what Zen was doing, and did not want someone to know about it. If you do not want to become a prey for fish, let it be silent. Zen thought about this unpleasant version, but pretended to have happened. He was a little glad that Harold at least did not put him out of the door. Zen was well aware of how much was separated, but at times it seemed to him that Harold did not notice it. He not only remembered his name, but also calmly communicated with him. The Kazour went into thought for a moment and even forgot who was in this strange world. Zen, meanwhile, was genuinely glad to be near his lord. Still, curiosity took the top, and Zen decided to ask, why such an aristocrat as Harold, interesting transport and agriculture? Harold, without changing the usual manner, jokingly replied that he would prefer to cut his stomach and plant a flower pot with cement. Zen, of course, gave up this proposal, but could not but be surprised. Young lord really took care of plants. One he gave water, others nourished, and some left as he is, without nourishing. Harold demonstrated that the plants that gave potions of life developed better than others. Zen was amazed and never saw the fertilizer had this effect. Lord noted that when the plants are watered with undiluted potions, they quickly fade and do not bear fruit. Therefore, the right ratio of potions and water was required. Harold threw Zini several fruits and ordered her to eat them raw. He said, if she came here, then he is responsible for the consequences, if something goes wrong. Zen tasted juicy fruits and was pleasantly surprised. They were much tastier than he thought. Harold looked at it with a smile, rejoicing in the result. There was no such cultivation in the game, and it is strange that it actually worked. However, now it became a real advantage, and you could take this chance. In recent years, Stock's domain seemed very difficult. Many natural disasters happened here, making the crops becoming smaller. Taxes have increased, and more peasants now cannot feed their own children and are starving. If it were not for Norman, the Kazour would not have learned about all these troubles. The Stokes family was so mocked by their subordinates that it was not just cruelty. Their greed and indifference became even more scary. Of course, he was not too worried about his parents' parents. He was most excited about how to stay alive if the hungry peasants raised a riot. The most important thing for him was to survive. Harold told Zen to stop the fruit and asked to take them to the kitchen. There, chefs should try these fruits, evaluate their taste, and compare with regular food. In addition, you need to know if these fruits will be well sold. Lord asked Zayn that he would answer if someone asked what order he was engaged. Zen promised that he would keep it a secret. Zen quickly ran out of the room, and Harold stood in the middle of the room and wondered, where did this young man come so much? Maybe he is just too naive and he likes any task. After that, Harold decided to stroll outside and train a little, realizing that in this world, this skill can save life. He waved with a sword with hedge, working out the movements with both hands. He needs to become stronger and more agile, otherwise it will be difficult to protect himself and move on to the plot of the game. Over time, young Lord began to achieve more success. He was interested in understanding what his new body was capable of. Though Harold was considered a scum, he had the glory of one of the strongest. Kazour realized that he was far from his hero's level, but he has a long time to strengthen his skills in magic and sword, and perhaps to create his own unique story. In this world where swords and magic dominates, battles are not only a matter of honor, but also a way of surviving. For Harold, this is extremely important. He will repeatedly become a face with many opponents, and sometimes with entire groups of the main characters. Kazour, having been in a new body, firmly decided to do everything to survive, go their way and overcome anyone who will be on her road. At the same time, a terrible magical muli was brought into the world, which gradually spoke, infecting the earth and threatening the life of all living things. Somewhere far elsewhere, the girl who meditated for a long time remained calm. She talked about Harold from Stokes. Erica talked to her father, who apologized to worry her. She was well aware that all this was done to save their people. Like the daughter of the Sumeriga family, Eric had to protect her family and all people. Most of all, the fact that miasma continued to spread. The mountains have already been partially infected, and new foci of the disease have increasingly emerged among people. If the infection spreads even more, they will finally lose the forests and will not be able to provide people with everything they need. It was painful to be aware, but there was no other way out other than sacrificing a daughter to save the economy. The father, bitter in his heart, shared his decision with his wife, sincerely regret it. Juno's young assistant sincerely wanted to cheer Eric, but asked her to give her peace. Erica realized that he could not do anything, and there was no point in worrying for himself. It was all that she could do for her people. All that remains is, when one flag drops, the other holds, and the third rises again. At this time, the financial advisor came to Harold. Harold immediately asked if the income and expense report he had previously asked. All papers were properly. However, Harold decided to make sure that they had serious drawbacks. The advisor assured him that everything was fine. Harold did not want to complicate the situation. In fact, he was only worried about money in the family. He has noticed for a long time that every year things were getting worse. The main reason: parents spent all money on jewelry and gorgeous clothes. To return the lost, they raised taxes. But it cannot last forever. People do not withstand such pressure. Harold asked the advisor whether he agrees with his conclusions. The advisor took a short pause and then carefully confirmed that this trend really exists. He also said that some have already been forced to close their farms due to lack of money, and the displaced persons from nomadic lands are getting bigger. Sooner or later, all these problems will lead to a real disaster. If nothing is changed, the family will lose both power and financial confidence. Harold just laughed and called the advisor with a scum, saying that for him the fall of the Stokes family is a real holiday. But the advisor warned, if someone learns about this conversation, it can turn serious problems. Agriculture will suffer the most, profits will fall sharply, and this will inevitably bring the farmers to bankruptcy. It was for this reason that Harold called advisor Jake. Jake worked as an inspector in agriculture and understood all the difficulties of this industry. Jake confessed that he had not yet fully understood why he came, but was ready to listen to him. Harold Nod invited him to look at what harvest they reached this year. Then he asked Jake to try the fruit right away, because he grew it up in his greenhouse and wanted to find out if the harvest succeeded. Jake hesitated a little, but Harold strictly ordered, "Eat, otherwise you will become a fertilizer for the next planting." The advisor realized that there was no way out, so he obeyed. and at the same time was surprised, because he did not expect that the evil lord was growing food. Having tried the fruit, Jake could not hide the surprise from his great taste. Zen stated with a smile that he had to be, because he was sure of his harvest. Harold was offended and indignantly noted that Zen should not assign all merits for the grown harvest. He later said that he grew everything through experiments and special nutrition. This approach really helps to get more crops. Harold said that he wanted to make this technique famous for many, and he needed the support of advisor Jake. Jake was surprised because he did not expect that Lord himself would ask him with such a request. Harold explained that although this idea is not cheap, a competent leadership is sufficient for her success. Jake is just the perfect person for this, because he is well versed in lands, finances, and people. Now it was necessary to identify the main factors, prepare the necessary equipment, and calculate costs to start the project. Jake agreed to understand the situation and promised to make every effort to improve everything. But he did not leave anxiety. Harold noticed it, and immediately said that Jake wanted to know the whole truth. Harold recalled that if he had Lord Gaydon instead, he would be a lot of angry, and then Jake would get to prison. Everyone understood. This behavior of the father would be quite expected. Harold advised Jake to think about what opportunities it opens. If you act reasonably, the result really justifies effort. When Zen wanted to ask something, Lord cut him sharply and threw him into his hands a vial with a stinking mixture. Calling it, the key to all was Harold. He said that he came up with a special solution in which the potion of life was dissolved. At first, he wants to give this technique to use several farmers to try it in their fields. Its main purpose is to make the financial situation better. In the beginning, it is planned to release a small batch of fertilizers. If something goes wrong, the losses will be insignificant. This fertilizer will be transferred primarily to farmers who cannot cultivate large fields. Even if everything goes out, they will seek to avoid economic injustice between farms. Subsequently, several farms can be combined, as the Stokes family has sufficient potions for this purpose. In addition, the shelf life of these wires is almost over. They will still have to be used, so it will also help save resources. The main advantage of this method is the rapid growth of plants. Although each species has its own taste and size, it is already noticeable how development is much faster. Usually the crop reaches 2 months, but thanks to the method of life potions, the first fruits can be harvested in a week, and in the worst case, in 5 days. Advisor Jake could not believe his eyes. Food grew in eyes, so fast that it seemed miracle. However, he warned, if this method of growing is known to all, agriculture may decline elsewhere. Harold was well aware that if it was found out in neighboring countries, it would be dangerous. After all, his novelty can bring them great losses, and they are unlikely to leave it unattended. In addition, if a father who loves money, he learned about it, he would try to control the whole process. Therefore, it is necessary to start carefully and sow a small area, so that no one notice. Only after economic freedom emerges will you think about growing other crops. Noticing the alert views around, Harold sharply addressed all those present. Removal. Jake apologized, explaining that he was just struck. However, the plan seemed really good and promised to bring success. Harold always sought to invent new ideas, and their embodiment instructed others. However, he emphasized that if someone noticing a problem, you should tell you immediately or advise how best to do. Jake wondered how a boy at such a young age managed to invent such an innovative way of growing food. He could not understand whether it was a manifestation of a true genius or an infinite desire to achieve more. Norman also noticed that the young lord is not seeking wealth or glory. It is really important for him to help ordinary people. This is what shows his true humanity. All this gave Harold a great power as a leader. He asked Jake if he was ready to become his reliable helper and help bring this idea into life. Harold immediately clarified, help is needed not by himself, but by ordinary people. To those who fight for life daily, who is weak and defenseless, who is unable to cope. During the dinner with his father Harold, he almost choked when Lord Gaydon said in a calm tone, he had already agreed on his son's marriage, and everything was decided. Lady Jessica smiled happily in response, and Harold asked who would become his bride. The father voiced the name. It will be Erica, a daughter from the Samariga family. He added that this marriage will make their blood even more pure. Within a few days, they had to go to Sumariga's estate to discuss all the details together, get acquainted closer, and learn more about the future family. Harold had no choice and was forced to obey the order. However, these words made him think about what was waiting next. He remembered the scenes that he had ever seen in the game. Sumergy is an ancient and respected family, which from the very beginning has participated in the creation of the state, and still remains close to the royal family. If you have an alliance with them, the Stokes family will get even more respect and impact. However, he was well aware that Sumeriga himself was not very passionate about it. In fact, they were forced to sacrifice their favorite daughter to escape from financial problems. If the Stokes found out about it, it would be a terrible news for them. Harold did not feel the joy of these changes. However, he sighed lightly, because now he could for some time shift all the worries from agriculture to the advisor Jake, whom he trusted unconditionally. It was unusual for a guy from modern Japan to behave and speak so wisely, but the events went in the right direction. At the same time, the lands of Sumerigi gradually covered ML miasma. Returning to his room, the heir to the Stokes family took up the encyclopedia about medicinal plants. Zen sat quietly, trying not to distract the owner. Harold knew that, in order to be safe and not raise suspicion of parents, he needed to act very carefully. He also understood that Kazuki, the head of the Sumeriga family, has great power and is famous for his good heart. If he manages to gain support, life will be much simpler. He will also be able to help the Rainer, the main character, remaining unnoticed. However, there was a danger. Everything could not develop as in the game. However, the support of such a strong ally as Kazuki was a real luck for me. The meeting with the future wife gave a wonderful chance to gain confidence and get acquainted with the Sumeriga family. This opened new opportunities in front of me. In the meantime, Zen was watching the master closely and thought what he was doing now. Maybe again growing some amazing huge fruits. Zen even thought that he may be useful. Harold, remaining as a dissatisfied aristocrat, asked Zane why he did nothing. Zen confidently replied that he had a day off today. Such an answer did not save Zen. After a strong blow, he simply threw it out of the room. The next day, Harold did his business, starting to prepare for a future trip. The road turned out to be tired and long. When Harold woke up, he heard that their journey was almost over. They would soon get the estate of Sumeriga's family and need to prepare for the meeting. At the entrance, they were greeted by a polite servant who invited them to go inside. He politely asked to take his shoes, so when the family of Sumeriga expressed his respects to his home. Harold was soon called to the room where his bride Eric was already waiting for. However, looking at her, he did not see a hint of joy. It was not surprised. After all, in this game, Eric always treated him cold. He was aware that it was necessary to speak very carefully. After all, Eric's plot hated him, perceiving as a disgusting aristocrat. Erica was very responsive. She was even sorry for the monsters she had to deal with, and she always sought to help those who were nearby. However, there was one person she did not really suffer: Harold. However, feeling that he should help the family with money, she remained with him until the end, because she saw her duty to save her family. But if the good heart is added to her good heart, and she will accept the offer from Harold, who finally left her dark things behind, then this story will become completely different in content. But if this does not happen, she will remain near Rainer, the main character. And in that case, it will become an important part of the team, a healer, without which you cannot do. If it is not close, it will be almost impossible to complete the task, and it will be very difficult to achieve the main goal. Harold realized that even if they manage to bypass all the dangers, their team will not have the strength to defeat the main enemy, and that means that the whole world will die. He understood that he could not allow it. Therefore, he decided to deliberately leave a bad impression, even if later it would be tormented. For all, he had to offend this girl. At the beginning of the conversation, the head of the Sumeriga family politely introduced his wife and named his wife Komi and his beloved daughter Eric at the beginning of the conversation. Unlike him, women were very restrained and did not show emotions. Harold also named his name and thanked for the invitation. His own words sounded so politely and friendly that he was even surprised. It was not at all like the role he had to play. Harold's father immediately addressed Erica to the question of whether she liked his son, because he made a lot of efforts to educate him. Erica smiled warmly and assured that she liked Harold. But Harold quickly noticed. In her eyes there was no crumb of life. She skillfully hid her lies. Now he only had to make her show true feelings. After dating, Komi politely suggested that her husband leave the young themselves so that they could talk better and learn about each other. Lord Haydn agreed to this idea, and Harold decided not to lose the opportunity. Erica had to show him the main places, and then return to the dinner. The girl was kindly suggested to stroll together, and Harold, thanking for such an honor, gladly agreed. but in fact it was just one of the steps in his design. When they went outside, Erica, overflowing with excitement, solemnly met a future husband and called him her full name. Harold nodded back. Erica pointed to a huge tree nearby and explained that it was a sakura, a symbol of the Sumerigi family for generations. She said that this plant is not found in these parts, but 500 years ago, the first ruler brought her seedlings from distant lands, and that is when a new life was born here. Harold noted that this tree does not look like the sakura he saw earlier. Erica was amazed because she didn't think the guy had ever seen sakura with his own eyes. Harold quickly added that the tree was only reminiscent of sakura, but in fact it was something else. Then Harold tried to pretend he didn't care, and said that he was not interested in him. In fact, he was struck by what kind of sincerity and kindness this girl sought to talk to him. Erica came to the conclusion that Harold is attracted only by her title and origin. This is what he wanted, that she would start hating him. Therefore, he openly said that he did not consider her a kind of respect or nobility. Harold noted that his genus is much more noble, because they never humbled or asked for help from others to save their finances. Erica was very angry. She did not expect such a rigid insult. Harold felt that he apparently said unnecessary and could now spoil the whole idea. The young lord sharply ordered the girl to silence and told her to hand the letter to her father when she returned home. But Erica could no longer withstand. Her emotions were taken by the mountain, and she openly refused to comply with his order. Harold cheered up and said that if she wishes her own people of a terrible death, then let him boldly go on, taking care only of her pride, and does not even look back. These words forced Erica to stop. She was interested in what way to save her people hidden in this letter. But Harold, trying to stay as a villain, said that she would only find out when she opened a letter, and in general, to lose nothing to her. Erica finally took the letter, but immediately said that it does not mean that she was trusting. Harold advised her not to rush with trust, and assured that it is best to see everything when she saw everything with her own eyes. Returning home after the meeting, Harold was already waiting for a Norman. The old servant politely suggested that young lord rest for a little rest, because his long road tired. However, Harold did not rest, but immediately asked how things were going on with the introduction of his agricultural technology. At that moment, Flora did not stand, and began to be pleased with the gate for the cell, assuring that the girl was not guilty. Norman said that everything is going on plan now. The farmers have explained everything, the fields are safe, so the tests of the new method will be able to start in 10 days. Harold was satisfied. He asked Norman to closely monitor Jake's reports and to tell him regularly about all the events. At the same time, the most important was to keep everything in strict secret. Norman assured that he would not fail and accomplish the task. Indeed, the old Bagretsky was a real master of his business. He was able to do everything quietly and unnoticed. The parents did not suspect anything, so their plan was embodied without any obstacles. Harold was interested in how it is now in the Sumeriga family. He was convinced that Erica, noticing how miasma hurts people, would surely want to help and pass the letter to his father. In this letter, it was an easy way to prepare an antibiotic and a map with marked contamination zones. But even with this knowledge, it was impossible to completely solve the problem of epidemic. However, the real goal was to gradually inspire Erica to become part of the heroes' team to confront the danger together. Harold was hesitant. It was not sure whether Tatsuki would trust a letter written by an unfamiliar 10-year-old boy, and whether he would risk preparing medicine on this advice. However, when the medicine is acting, the head of the Sumeriga family remembers this letter. Perhaps this will help save human lives. Now the main thing is that Erica has taken the letter to her hands. Most likely, she will hand it to her father. And it can already be the beginning of a completely new story. A few days have passed. Harold trained with Zen, but did not contain words. Often called the guy a fool and said that he was not capable of anything. Zen was afraid to hit his master and realized that he could not repel him, even if he tried. Harold was engulfed in rage. If the enemy is not even going to resist, it is time to show him his true strength. Let it rise and fight for your own life. But it was clear, Zen was incapable of a real battle. In a few minutes, Harold won effortlessly. He realized that the soldiers did not approach the role of mentors. They are scared to harm the heir and to angry his father, Harold thought. May ask his father to find a master from another region. However, doubts did not rest. Dad is hardly risking because a skilled fencinger does not hold back blows even during training, and this can be dangerous for the son. At this time, the servant reported that the guest had come to them. Harold was surprised because he did not expect anyone, and he was immediately wondering who came. He was even more surprised when he saw that Eric Sumerigi had come to visit. He could not understand why she decided to appear after their past conversation. The unexpected arrival was severely angry with Harold. The time was quite unsuccessful. The field trials began, and he did not want someone to distract him. However, he took his hands and calmed down. Perhaps the girl came to give him an answer to the letter. But if so, why then appear in person? However, he did not dare to refuse. So he invited Eric to talk. Harold watched the girl carefully for a cup of tea, trying to figure out what she really was. He tried to hold himself in his hands and very much wanted to know why she was here. It was important for him to find out everything right now. Initially, Harold said that unlike her, he has no free time, and the girl should appreciate his attention. Erica apologized for this, that she came without warning. When the maid came out, the young lord strictly reminded the girl not to waste his time and to tell immediately why she came. He added, "If she explains everything quickly, everyone will be satisfied." Erica bowed low and sincerely thanked the whole family. She said that thanks to the recipe, they managed to save the lives of many people in the village. Harold was a glad result. It indicated that Tasuka was able to create an effective antibiotic, and his effect appeared even faster than they hoped. With a smile on his face, he said that the Sumeriga family, apparently, was in a hopelessness if he was ready to use any chance. Erica agreed with this without having any objections. But Lord immediately warned, this advice only works for some time. Medicines do not eliminate the main cause, and if you take them for a long time, side effects may occur. Erica was stunned and asked again, or it was true that this remedy did not heal the disease to the end. She recalled that her father did not even know that. Harold explained that this drug can only help in the early stages of the disease. For serious cases, this is just an experimental pattern. In fact, he did not even think to save those who considered hopeless. The girl was well aware that their union is being built on political interests. She receives wealth and resources, and in return gives prestige. However, she could not understand when Harold invented this medicine. Is this related to the decision on engagement? Or maybe a similar situation happened before? Erica could not understand what was about what, and became confused in her own assumptions. While the girl was thinking, Harold had already begun to be annoyed. She noticed it, and said that she had another letter from her father. Lord without hesitation pulled a letter from her hands. His assumptions were correct. Eric was only a messenger. Tasuka decided that it would be more polite to send her daughter. In the letter, he thanked for his help and added a recipe. In a letter, the head of the family sincerely thanked for the salvation of people, and expressed his hope that this event would help to strengthen the trust between them. Tasuka said that there were no side effects at the moment, but those who take the medication for a long time will be controlled by doctors. Harold was surprised by such detailed reporting. Tasuka has already told everything he had in mind and described in detail. But another sheet was added to the letter. It was on him that Harold was waiting for the unexpected news. In this letter, the head of Sumeriga spoke about difficult circumstances in their estate, and asked Harold for an important request that could change the course of events. He asked to allow Arity to stay in the Stokes estate. He explained that they have no other choice now. As a father, he wanted only the best for his daughter. Harold was getting rid of surprise. Erica immediately felt as he became embarrassed, and realized that her appearance made him greatly worry. But the girl had already released the carriage, and she had nowhere to go back. It was so angry with Harold that he barely managed to hold back his emotions. When he came to his senses, he could not but admire the courage of his future wife. Erica just laughed sincerely and thanked him for having realized everything, because it was from her fault that he got into such a difficult situation. Harold could not stand, and exclaimed that he was not going to put up with such bold requirements. Erica reminded him of him, how many people he saved, and did not understand why he now became so indifferent to her. Lord replied that he was already generously rewarded for help. However, he did not expect that the reward would sit next to him at one table. Eric also confessed that she did not plan to be here, but her father decided everything in her way. Erica rose from the table, apologized for spending time, and promised to no longer bother Harold her requests. The guy was surprised. He has not yet encountered this attitude. She hastily left the estate, once again apologizing before leaving. Harold was surprised. He only expressed his dissatisfaction, and she just went. Reflecting on everything that happened, the young lord felt anxious inside. He realized that the moment has come to make a choice that can change the course of all history. In order not to be in danger, he decided to turn to his father. Someone could listen to his conversation with Erica. and it could have serious consequences for him. It was only a few hours after the girl left, and Harold was already sitting in his father's office. There he learned that Lord Gaydon also received a letter from Kazuki. Now Erika will live with them. Harold, this idea is not at all. He felt something suspicious in it. However, his father just smiled warmly and explained that both families had long agreed on the union, so there should be no difficulty. Lord Haydn said that Erika has already gone to the Eastern Gate, so Harold needs to get in a carriage quickly and meet her, as it is suitable with all the honors. Harold realized one thing. To go back should take a whole week. Immediately it became clear. Erika thought everything in advance, and hoped that he would probably refuse. His father, without knowing anything wrong, easily agreed to fulfill her request. Harold immediately suspected that she could have appeared here as a spy or had a hidden purpose. The most horrifying thing, in the real plot of the game, was not. All these events began only through a letter with a recipe. Now he has to watch what Eric does. When they met, the girl behaved as if everything was well and sincerely thanked for the help. But Harold answered her cold, asking not to pretend, and immediately asked who she came with. It turned out that a girl named Juna, who took care of her since childhood, came with Erika. Smiling, Juno also thanked Harold for a warm reception. He was just angry because he had the hassle with Erika, and then this girl appeared. In addition, June was not in the initial version of the game at all. It was a sign. The story begins to move in a different direction, and at the same time, new characters appear. Harold decided not to get involved in business with these strangers, so that once again do not hurt. He honestly confessed that he has little time, so he does not plan to take care of them. They can live as much as they want. The main thing is not to interfere. The girls thanked again and promised not to bother him. Lord Gaydon was very pleased. He was already thinking about his son's wedding and wanted to find the best home for girls. To make everything perfect, he even threatened the servants of the prison if they do not show sufficient hospitality. Harold was amazed and confused, and in his thoughts he even imagined his father, although in fact he was just standing away. Meanwhile, his father spoke quietly and suggested that the son be excited by the city. As he says, "A real lord is always able to accompany the lady." Erika smiled, accepted this proposal, and thanked her sincerely for an interesting walk. She asked Harold to take care of her, as if there were no quarrels between them. Only now did he realize that he had no choice from the very beginning. At this time, the head of the family read the letter from Harold at Sumeriga Estate. It seemed strange to him that the guy was so simple and openly writing about important things, as if not afraid of possible consequences. Tasuka realized that even if everything is written in the letter. However, the Stoke family is unlikely to help something. But from these words, it becomes clear that their genus is gradually declining. Curry did not believe that this case could be turned by a simple guy. Probably behind all this stands someone else who stayed in the shadow. If this is true, then Harold was only a tool. Those who were chosen to convey an important message. We need to find out who actually wrote this letter and why he decided to act as well. If the letter was sent to help Sumeriga, it is possible that it is only a trap that was adjusted against Stokes. Perhaps this person has a great influence and is near the Stokes, so he controls Harold. Or maybe she manipulates everyone immediately, thinking only about her benefit. Harold seemed to be under someone's full control. However, it was not possible to reject that it was only a reasonable trap, perhaps he thus testing the unity of his family. The risk was extremely high. There was enough of one mistake, and Sumeriga could simply disappear from the world without receiving any support. The author of the letter was well aware of this. In the end, they agreed. The author of the letter does not wish them evil. Therefore, probably, everything is written. It is a sincere truth that should be taken safely. Tasuka instructed Curry to collect everything he needed. The medicine should be given only after patients have explained in detail all possible risks and consequences, and will receive their consent. At this time, the Stokes estate lasted a solemn dinner. Lord Haydn sincerely treated the guests with dishes made from the best products that were carefully grown on their own lands. Erika and Juno put on the perfect guests' masks. They smiled sincerely, thanked the smallest little things, and behaved as if they were not worried about anything. Harold watched them closely, trying to solve what they really thought. Lady Jessica pointed out that her son was upset and immediately stirred. However, Harold coldly replied that everything was well with him. Jessica seemed harsh, but in fact she was a caring mother. She worried her son and wanted to make sure that everything was fine. But the guy was angry, and asked not to shake him in front of the guests. The parents, laughing, apologized for being treated with a baby. They explained that Harold was always a little shy. Lord did not worry about his reputation. His parents looked even worse. They tried to show themselves good to the guests, but it looked unnatural. Erica noticed it all. In her eyes, she read a disgust, but she, together with June, continued to remain silent. Meanwhile, Harold was breaking everything in the world and just wanted to eat and leave this table faster. Later, Erica shared with Juno with her thoughts about the groom. She confessed that Harold was truly rude and was sometimes difficult to endure. But in memory, the words of his father sounded, maybe someone specifically changed him for the worse. Harold seemed to never pay attention to another's word. But Juno remembered Erica already tried to try it, and nothing happened. The girl understands. It doesn't matter if Harold says the truth or deceives. Until they know what he really wants, their family will still be dangerous. Juno nodded in response, because they came for the sake that they came. The atmosphere into the estate of the Stokes is penetrated by lies and icy cruelty. Both were well aware of this. Erica warned her friend to be careful, but June only smiled quietly and said that it was a common job for her to reveal other people's secrets. Juno was well aware that it would be unreasonable to stay indifferent now. If Harold is just doing someone, you need to know who actually pulls on the threads. That is why Tasuka sent Eric to walk in the afternoon to distract. In fact, the real key was Juno. While Harold's father was fully immersed in his affairs, and his mother almost pays attention to him, her moment has come to act. Juno still understood that all their efforts could be in vain. The enemy still has not made itself known. Even if they manage to destroy this puppet, it is unlikely to change something. The behavior of the young lord caused even more suspicion. Harold seemed to not possess it all, and his mind can be under the control of someone else. Tasuka guessed. But is it true? It will be possible to find out only after a long observation and a secret investigation into the Stokes family. If this is true, Juno will have to use all his skills to expose the puppet. The next day, she understood the important law of these places. If you do not like something in the possession of Stokes, be silent and tolerate, or be ready for punishment. Simple people are not appreciated here. People are forced to give huge taxes and are often starving, and the Stoke family thinks only about weapons and army. It is impossible to escape from their rigid power. Juno tried to talk to the locals, but almost everyone was silent. She just wanted to find out some rumors to better understand what was really going on. I finally found out that people think that Lord's son is associated with some dark thing, but they do not even dare to pronounce his name. Everyone is too afraid of the harsh character of his father. Several people carefully told her important information. Over time, a holistic picture of events began to develop in her head. Yes, most rumors are just a chatter, but sometimes there are real facts among them. It was the ability to distinguish falsehood from the truth and was the main force of an experienced agent. Meanwhile, Harold and Erica went to look at the city. But just people saw Lord Stokes, immediately hid in their homes, and began to whisper among themselves. The streets were emptied, the shops were already closed. Erica felt right away. This walk did not bring her joy. Harold knew almost nothing about the city, because there was almost no information in the game. Therefore, he appealed to Norman in advance to tell about the most interesting places. Finally, they came across an open store. Harold turned to the seller sharply and demanded that he give something for Erica for free. The fear-covered merchant immediately obeyed. Erica was surprised by this behavior, but still thanked the gift. Harold noticed her frightened state and realized that people were actually afraid of him because of already widespread gossip. Rumors about how he severely deprived the life of Clara made a very strong impression on all. Now he became even more angry and disgusting than his father. But the most important thing now is to protect Clara and Colette. None of their relatives should know anything. After a difficult meeting, Harold said that today it is enough and it's time to go home. Erica, who did not like what she saw, supported his decision without hesitation. Returning from the walk, Harold met with Jake to ask about the farm. It turned out that everything is going well. 6 fields are already waiting for a good harvest. Thinking, Harold realized that it was not necessary to stop now. He decided to increase production to achieve even more success. Jake noticed that they lacked people to work. Even if Harold himself took the shovel, it would not help. And Norman warned that prices could fall. Harold agreed, but asked if servants could be involved in the case, because many people work there. Norman advised to involve Max along with those who had already made mistakes. This could help solve this difficult situation. But Harold did not agree. He said that it was impossible to remove soldiers from their fasting and lead somewhere in the unknown. It may be better to invite other people from other lands for such a business. Norman was surprised to hear it, but Harold confidently said that he could convince his father. The most important thing was to leave new workers. Jake had nothing against and agreed to complete all the necessary tasks. He said that the soils remain fertile, and they have already harvested 7 red, 6 saturated purple, and 11 vegetables with a blue tint. Chefs cooked a new crop and did not notice any changes in taste. This was very pleased with Harold, but he still instructed Jake to continue to monitor the quality of the product. At the same time as Juno went into the room, she wondered in surprise why Erica returned so early. Because the city was so big, and they could walk for a whole day. Erica confessed that she had heard of dislike for stocks, but did not even know how seriously everything is. It was enough to look at the frightened faces of servants. They spoke for themselves. It became very unfortunate. How could it happen that her bridegroom from such a terrible family? June, having heard all those rumors, also realized Stokes do not look noble at all. Erica had a faith in June's ability. She added that one secret should be revealed. A dozen new ones appear right away, and all this seems quite suspicious. In their family, there were such difficult secrets that June did not even dare to tell everything, fearing that it would not injure the psyche of Erica. In the end, she dared, and she opened the terrible truth. Harold himself ordered to burn the maid with her whole family. In that hell, a woman with a little daughter, who was only 9, was killed. Erica couldn't believe it and was shocked. It seemed to her just rumors from the street. But Juno stood on her own. This story was told not only by the gossip, but also by the servants who knew the victim well. Erica wondered, how was it possible? Despite his harshness, Harold sought to help others, and even shared the recipe for medicines. Maybe he is different from his parents? Juno assured that she would not lower his eye from Harold, and warned Eric that he did not stay with him alone. The girl was worried, but the agent promised to protect her. Juno, with a smile on her face, assured everyone that nothing wrong would happen. She did not even know how Harold was fighting for the lives of ordinary people at this time, saving them from hunger, and how many hides his true essence. The maids drew attention to the fact that Miss Erica behaves unusual. For 2 weeks after a walk with Harold, she did not leave her room at all and refuses to meet someone. Meanwhile, Harold did not stop his classes with his sword. He specifically chose a quiet and remote place, away from the place where, as people said, he burned Clara. Harold did not want him to be drawn to him. The young heir of the Stokes family trained daily in fencing and magic, seeking to become strong enough to protect themselves in real battle. Thanks to constant training, he was able to combine lightning strikes with sword strokes. It has become his strongest and most dangerous battle with any opponent. Lightning spells, along with rapid and accurate blows, added confidence to him. With such inspiration, he could even lay down thick trees in one stroke. It was a big step forward compared to his first unsuccessful attempts, but Harold himself knew well. This is not enough. Even when he already studied all the basic techniques, he still understood that he was still far to the level of real Harold. I did not want to stop there. Only by becoming as strong as the real Harold, he will be able to fully protect himself and reveal all his potential in this harsh and dangerous world. Juno stood nearby and followed the training. She was amazed at how skillful the young lord has a sword and magical techniques. It was a real demonstration of skill. June did not know if the guy could be dangerous, but decided to find out in conversation with him. However, now she was worried about a completely different question. Seeing how strong Harold, she did not dare to say anything that could be angry. She was afraid that she could not survive after that. She still relied on her ability to merge with the darkness. If something goes wrong, she will always be able to slip. But suddenly the sword blade struck the wood behind June. Her leg accidentally stood on a dry branch, and she crackled under weight. Harold was loudly ordered to appear immediately. At this point, Juno decided for herself. That is over. The first thought was to escape. But the fear rolled down all the movements, and she was not sure that he could do it in such a situation. She guessed that Harold had followed her from the beginning. Although he was only 10 years old, his skills were simply impressive. There was no doubt. She had only to be distracted for a moment as he immediately determined where she was and threw his sword. If not that tree, it would not survive. In fact, everything happened by accident. During another fall, the sword simply slipped from Harold from his hands. He did not even notice who was hiding in the bushes, and scared no less than she. Harold realized that he was very tired of constant workouts. But despite this, an expression of the call appeared on his face. In fact, his fear quickly changed in a calm, cold self-control. He could not understand what June was doing here. The girl began to apologize for following him, and this only raised even more questions. In the end, Harold Waupe, as if perceived all this as curiosity before the child is playing with the sword, and rejoiced that nothing wrong had happened. Harold, remaining a ruthless aristocrat, strictly warned Juno to stay calm. Next time such a mistake could cost her life. Juno convincingly gave a frightened and guilty girl, sincerely asking for her act. In fact, she rejoiced that everything went well. She immediately realized that she would no longer be able to correct the mistake. However, despite the danger, she felt relief and gratitude for deciding not to kill her right now. The agent did not suspect how quickly the guy opened her. She could only sigh with relief that there was a strong tree near the sword. Now she thought, how to protect her Eric. Harold was a master to remain invisible, and in a real duel, she would not win. Before her stood not just a masterful sword, but also a very smart man. Juno has only to admit that it was pointless to competing. Harold decided to translate the conversation and asked how Erica feels. Juno said that the girl was still tired after the road and was not used to a new place. Harold pretended to be worried, but immediately told the guests, "If you are so bad here, you can go away." Juno noted that he was too cold with her bride, and advised to become a little warmer. She said that he would lose nothing from this, but maybe even discover something new. Harold was aware that he was talking sharply, but could not restrain himself, and called her a naive fool. After that, he honestly acknowledged that he did not need a marriage with Erica. Juno was surprised and asked Harold to tell what he really conceived. At that moment, Harold came that he was unnecessary. He could not allow anyone to know the intent to cancel the engagement. So he quickly completed the conversation, as if he had to hurry somewhere. Yet he worried about Eric. In the game, she never got sick or looked so sad. The game seems to be different now. This may be a new turn of events that can even end in Erica's death. There was no such thing in the original story. The girl felt very depressed. She did not talk to anyone, did not deal with anything, but only silently looked into the sky. Returning home, Harold suddenly remembered that he had left his sword in the forest. Without spending time, he rushed back, because he could not afford to lose such a valuable thing. But suddenly everything has changed. He saw Eric late at night when she was alone. He was surprised that the girl was here at such a late time and unaccompanied. Eric herself was also lost, because she did not expect anyone to meet. Harold mentioned that she was weakened and could not stay in the cold without warm clothes. Inhaling the night air in this condition is very dangerous for it. He had to remain as a strict groom, so he could not show help openly. All he could do is quietly bring her to the room. In the room, Harold asked Eric strictly why she wandered outside in the middle of the night. Also added that because of such carelessness, she had put herself and now got sick. He called her unreasonable and ordered her to return to his rooms immediately. The girl was silent, and it became even more angry. He insisted on the answers, because it is impolite to leave the appeal unattended. Eric was not difficult to understand. After all those image and evil words, she did not want to talk to someone at all. In the end, Harold called the maid to spend the bride. He pretended to be indifferent, and said that he was sneaking, if he wanted, even if he was freezing on the street. But Erica suddenly stopped him. She had an important question. Harold did not appreciate it. He was noticeably annoyed and said she did not delay because they have no time. Erica, having dared, said that she was rumored. Harold had set fire to the maid. She asked him to confirm or refute it, because she wanted to hear the truth from his mouth. At that moment, the guy realized that it was this rumor that made Eric to break. He began to think how to explain everything right. After a short pause, he denied it, and immediately a glimpse of hope appeared on the girl's face, as if the light dispersed the darkness in her heart. However, in the next moment, Harold again became cold and cruel. He proudly stated that not only the maid but also her daughter was killed in the fire. All this is his business. Erica was stunned, trying to grasp how someone could do such a cruel thing. However, Harold was cold and contemptuously replied that these women were worthless. For him, ordinary people are just silent creatures like animals that can speak. He does not hesitate to deprive them of life when he wants. Hearing this, Erica did not resist and asked him to say no longer, but he stubbornly played his role. They say that the dead should be grateful because they fell mercy, to die together. After all, these creatures are designed only to serve true aristocrats. They must clean, prepare food, and obey orders. Erica, covered by the rage, gathered all her forces and gave him a strong slap. This scoundrel, for which human life is worthless, her last hope changed rapidly to rage. She could not stay and wept, shouting that Harold was the worst person she ever knew. The aristocrat Zamius behaved as if he was indifferent to him, and even thanked him for the wonderful idea. Erica felt the cold of the real world again wraps her. But at that moment, Harold really wanted to open the truth. The pain from La Paz made him think. He understands that he should lie and hurt to protect others. When Harold returned to his room, his mood was gloomy. He did not even immediately pay attention to Zane, who voted, rushed around and, as always, wanted to play and fall asleep with his questions. Even this bastard boy noticed as Harold was upset and wanted to help him. However, Harold only tiredly waved his hand and asked not to worry about him. Zen was not going to go, but the guy, as always, drove him out of the room without picking up words and humiliation. The boy could not understand what was happening around, but felt his soul. It is very difficult for the young master. Harold was left alone, with heart pain and bitterness. Harold, a man who was in another world and had to pretend to be a cruel aristocrat, did not feel the joy of everything that happened around. His soul was compressed by the gravity of this truth. He was aware that he was specifically offended by Eric, wishing her to move away from him. However, the words he spoke were so painful that the girl could not stand it. But Harold assured himself that he could not afford weakness. He should not be attached to anyone in this world. His purpose is to remain cruel. He slept for almost half a day, but the memories of yesterday did not give him rest and soul. If he was still a player, he would just repeat the scene again. But now it was no longer playing, so it won't work. Finally, he was hungry. He stood up and went to the kitchen. But even the pain in the stomach seemed insignificant compared to the burden on the heart. In the dining room, he was already waiting for a butler's Norman. He wondered how he was feeling, and said that he apparently had long slept because of fatigue. Harold assured that he was fine, and then changed the topic and began to talk about business. He recalled that there were lacking employees and stressed that everything should be kept secret. Norman remembered how they talked about the possibility of attracting mercenaries from other estates, but only if they were quite committed. That's what Harold wanted to know more about. The guy suggested an interesting idea. He wanted to transfer the right to his special way of growing food of Trading Guild, and to make a profit from sales. The butler was surprised by an unexpected change in the topic, but Harold insisted that he would listen carefully and treat him seriously. It seemed simple. I sell my technique, the guild uses it, and I quietly get my percentage without unnecessary worries. The hardest part is to find a guild that will remain true and will not betray, and will not obey the other feudal lord. Norman acknowledged that such organizations are often insidious and greedy, but Harold insisted, this is his idea, and he wants to discuss everything with Norman and Jake. Norman immediately warned that in this area they have almost no dating. The family of the Stokes is some respect, but this is not enough to influence large guilds. Harold agreed with the servant and acknowledged that only his parents were able to help. However, he could not tell them about his intentions. Although there were many difficulties, the butterflies could not but admire the mind of their young master. His plan was a real find. He decided to put all the hard work on the merchants, and to leave only profits. Harold rationally thought that this idea was of no use if it cannot be put in practice. So he decided to just talk to Jake and tell him everything. Suddenly some good advice will appear. Meanwhile, Harold was not in his rooms. Jake knocked on the door, and when he did not hear the answer, he just went inside and disappointed that the room was empty. He decided that he probably was engaged in training again, and went to corridors. Suddenly, Lady Erica, who he saw only a few times before, happened in front. Zen sincerely congratulated Lady Eric, emphasizing that everyone was well aware of him. Then he wondered where her girlfriend June is now. Erica explained with a smile that Juno went to the city in business. The guy was in no hurry to say goodbye and said that you were in vain looking for Harold. He was not in his rooms, so it is possible that he went somewhere, and no one knows where exactly. Zen even confessed that he was worried. Harold has been too loaded lately, and it can deplete it. Such a care of this simple guy was truly surprised by Eric. Subsequently, he carefully remembered Lady Eric, noticing that even now there were traces of that night that changed everything for her. He suggested helping, claiming that he knew about the estate everything in the world and is ready to communicate on any topic. Erica confessed that she did not give her thought, how Harold could kill Maid with magic without feeling any reproaches of conscience. Zen immediately stated that it was only meaningless gossip. Due to the bad glory of this family, people invent different horror stories themselves. He did not believe in such things and advised Ariti not to worry, but the girl calmly assured that these words personally told her Harold. In addition, the killed maid probably knew, because she worked for a long time in the same estate. Erica said with sadness that after all she did not understand how to be near such a cruel person. She said Harold is a real monster, and she would never forgive him the death of an innocent person. She is a bride and wants to save her people through marriage. But what she saw does not give her rest. It is almost impossible to forget, and it is even harder to accept. Erica wept and said without stopping that no reason would make her marry Harold. Now it was her only thought. Over time, the girl mastered herself a little and apologized to Zane for her emotions. She went, and Zen realized how much this girl lives in the world of her illusions. In fact, Harold is not at all the person she imagines him. He understood that the young aristocrat dared to become a killer, only to save a woman and a child. Erica, although she was ready to sacrifice herself for her country, did not really know the truth. In fact, these two have a lot in common. Would be a real tragedy if they were moved away from each other because of a simple mistake or misunderstanding. Zen considered all this a real tragedy. He was convinced that these two deserve happiness and should be together, because in their hearts there is good. Despite the prohibitions, Zen decided to act in his own way. He suggested that Ariti went together to one important place for him. Zen understood that he was breaking the order, but otherwise he could not do it. He was scared to anger Harold, but he couldn't simply watch his friend falling into his eyes. Zen felt he had to act. It was a critical moment. If he now turns away from this ray of light, which can warm up even the coldest heart, then he will regret it all his life. He would not be able to forgive himself if he had not tried to save Harold and did not show that girl that he has something good. Although Zen considered himself not too smart and a little awkward, he still decided on the risk, even if that means that he will never be able to talk to Harold again. He truly believed that Harold was the best choice for Lady Erica. Therefore, he asked her the opportunity to prove it. Seeing the seriousness in his gaze, the girl agreed to give him a chance. Only a few minutes passed, and they were already standing near the Harold room. Erica could not understand why they came here, and even came inside without permission. Zen, unable to retreat, asked her to stay quietly, because Harold could have appeared at any moment, and it was important for him to know her stay here. Zen was in a hurry, Lady Eric in the room, and it happened in time. Harold appeared in the door. He looked at Stan in surprise, and Zen himself began to fool immediately, showing himself to the awkward guy he was used to. Hearing the angry words of the Lord, he said he just worried and wanted to know if everything was fine. But Harold only called him a fool and noted that it was impossible to go to a foreign room without permission. Meanwhile, Erica was sitting in a closet covered with shame and fear. She could not understand how she generally agreed to this strange adventure with a stranger. Now she felt a real hostage of circumstances. Zen suddenly announced that he had an important report and came for that. Harold was very angry. He ordered Zen not to delay and immediately moved to the main. He instantly mastered himself and began to share rumors that were spreading around Clara. The merchants asked many questions, and because of this, Harold's reputation was threatened. People exaggerate events by inventing new stories about that tragic night. Zen tries not to interfere and be silent, but rumors are growing more and more like a weed that is not stopped. Harold did not bother the thought of ordinary people. He once again called Zena Balakun, who waste time on non-existent problems. But Zen turned out to be cunning, and in the end, he made a confession from Harold. Clara and his daughter are alive and hid in a remote village. The words of Zena were deeply moved by Eric, who was still hiding in her shelter. At that moment, she finally realized why the guy brought her here. In the meantime, Zen did not cease to apologize from the bottom of the heart. Harold explained that if parents learn about his deception, then Clara and the child may be in danger. Therefore, everyone needs to think that he is a ruthless killer. Zen took the right opportunity and remembered how painful rumors were touched by Eric. However, Harold decided that it was not time to open the truth. Zen could not understand why Harold was so persistently silent before those who want to believe in him. But Harold himself knew well. If you tell the truth, it can change, which can even lead to fatal consequences. Once upon a time, the good intentions of Xena had already come in handy, but this time they could bring trouble. He needed to keep his secret. For this reason, Harold decided to come up with a plausible explanation so that Zen never lifts this topic in conversation with Erica again. He thought that the tears of that girl may have nothing to do with. Maybe she just misses those women who are gone. But even if there is some connection between them, what is the difference? She is still a naive girl who is not at all versed in how this world is arranged. Harold said Erica is good, but it was the kindness of a weak person who was not able to change something. If such a person remains near him, they are both doomed to pain and suffering. Zen began to understand why his master behaved so much, and guessed that Harold was just worried about Eric. But the young nobleman replied sharply that he is indifferent. He only cares about his own interests, and does not want to take a girl who was crying for his wife. However, Zen did not hope to hear such a bride at all. He did not restrain himself and asked how possible if this wedding insisted on the parents themselves. Harold just laughed and said that even Zen would have to understand. It was only a tuning performance, where everyone was managing money and a thirst for power. He shared his story as a few years ago. Sumeriji's family survived the hard times after miasma, a great disaster that affected the entire continent. Then none of the feudal lords helped the father of Erica. Only his own father saw in this situation a chance to strengthen their race. Even then, he did not understand what the real problem was. He just agreed to engagement. And if you break them, it will be a real catastrophe for the Summer Guy family. But Harold remained calm. He assured that he had already thought. The young man remembered how during his visit to their territory he asked Eric to pass a letter to her father. The letter contained important information that Tasuka could later use. Of course, Zen received a good portion of curses for his excessive curiosity. But in the end, the interlocutor confessed that the letter described in detail how to protect himself from the disease and warned how serious the infection could be. If the infection is not strong, Erica's father will be able to develop forestry again and return the inhabitants to these lands. Subsequently, Harold will share a special way of growing food that can help them in the future. In fact, this method has not yet been checked, so in the letter he only carefully mentioned his possible advantages. And about the engagement, he immediately offered them to cancel. Thanks to the new drugs and modern agriculture, the Sumeriga family will be able to overcome this difficult situation. When the forest recovers, they no longer have to rely on the help of others. Tasuka will understand this, so it will not be a problem to convince him. Everyone will be satisfied and no one will suffer. Although apparently, Lord Gaiden will be dissatisfied. Zen sincerely thanked for his honesty and confessed that he could not think how skillfully everything was thought out. Harold finally calmed down a little and was amazed at the guy's mind. He immediately warned, if Zen ever gets greeted, he would have to be difficult. Zen pretended not to understand anything, but Harold mysteriously revealed him. He whispered softly that it was time to find a new master, because the Stokes family will soon disappear. Failure to do so, Zen can stay without anything and turn into a poor beggar. Herd became a real surprise for Stan. He truly believed that Harold seeks to save his family with the help of a magic farm. He answered honestly, yes, he would be able to postpone a little collapse, but it will not work completely. Due to high taxes and constant waste, everything moves to death. In addition, he was already tired of taking everything on himself. Although he does not want to watch the decline of a family who was once cruel, he still does not know what fate stumbles on ordinary people living in their lands. One Zen knows for sure, with the Sumeriga family, everything will be fine. It was here that he was completely confused and did not understand what Erica has to do with. The owner again called him a fool. Harold shared that in the same letter he asked Erica's father to give shelter to all refugees if suddenly the family of the Stokes dies. Ordinary people cannot survive themselves, they always need support, otherwise they will simply die of hunger. That is why the good father of Erica should have been generous and helped those who were in trouble. But even with this, Harold understood. Let the chance quite small, but it is still a chance that Tasuka will betray and not listen to him. However, Harold did not want to believe it, because the guy reminded him of it. Harold looked at Zen and said that he has now been in a difficult situation, because Zen had learned too much. Zen was frightened and quickly swore that he would not tell any person about this conversation. In the meantime, Erica, hiding in the closet, tried to understand everything she heard. Everything changed for her. When the conversation was over, Harold ordered Zen immediately to leave. Zen is only a widow that he does not understand anything, and he humbly agreed. However, suddenly, before leaving, Zen suddenly suggested that the owner train together in fencing. Harold was surprised because he did not consider himself a good rival in this business. Zen enthusiastically said that he always admired the art of fencing and long ago dreamed of seeing his own eyes with Mr. Harold's famous technique. The guy sincerely asked him to let him go together, because he wanted to see those amazing sword movements. At that moment, Harold remembered how he once watched Juno, and thought that Zen had conceived the same. But then he thought, why not take this chance to work out and at the same time raise the level of this speech? Harold agreed to the proposal and thanked, because he was looking for the opportunity to test his new equipment. Zen seemed to be the perfect rival for this. At first, the guy did not completely stretch that the owner intended, especially when he saw two swords in his hands. Zen thought he would witness a battle in the style of two blades. Harold has already decided to give freedom to his anger and show what is over. He threw Zen's advice. If he wants to stay alive, let him run faster. The guy felt embarrassed, because he had to contradict the owner himself. However, he chose this path, and had to accept it. While the door slammed behind her back, Erica finally decided to leave her hiding place. She quietly stepped on the creaking floor, getting out of the dusty cabinet, and tried to behave unnoticed. The words she heard earlier did not leave her head. Now Harold seemed to her a completely different person. Erica learned the most important thing. Clara's maid and her daughter Colette are alive and are now safe in the village. She hurried to her room, wanting to share everything from June as soon as possible, because her father's agent had to know the truth to prevent fatal mistakes. Erica took a breath and said that their task was to find out the whole truth about Clara, and find out all the details that are related to it. She told how Harold specifically proved to be a cruel killer to save the maid and her daughter from the revenge of her family. The young man worried how his parents react. If they learn the truth, they will certainly find Clarium and destroy it, and Harold will call a traitor. Erica remembered how Harold promised to help her father return the family lands. Then their family Sumergy could become independent again, and not dependent on the will of others. Juno was struck by Herd. Everything sounded convincing, especially when it came to medicine. So Erica wanted to make sure that Harold was really telling the truth. She wondered how someone could invent new medicines in a few days so quickly, because almost no one had examined this disease, and no one knew about it. Juno asked if Erica was in mind that this guy possesses the gift of prediction. She wondered how otherwise he managed to predict the problems of Sumeriga's family before they happened. Erica agreed that there are many incomprehensible moments in this story, but one was indisputable. Harold managed to invent medicines that really save life. Juno recalled what impressive fencing skills shown Harold in training, and wondered how he could not notice the Erica who was quietly hiding in his room. It is impossible to believe that such a prudent guy did not notice her. He may consciously let her see everything. If this is true, even scary to think about what kind of person he will become. Juno has understood one thing for himself. This person cannot be the man of Erica. Those who from a young age give this fear do not deserve a happy family. At this point, Harold recalled that it had passed 3 weeks since he got on his face, and they have been here for a month in a new place. All this seemed very strange to him, and alert. He wanted to return the girls to home as soon as possible, but he lacked time. He still had to make contacts with trade guilds thinking about future glory. A Normanman knocked on the door. He conveyed that Harold's father wanted to talk to his son immediately. Lord Gaydon was sitting in his office and thinking about Lady Erica's poor health. Because of this, he decided that it was better for them to go to Sumeriga immediately. Hearing this news, Harold was glad, but pretended to be upset before his father, as if it were painful to part with his bride. Hayden, having shown generosity, allowed her son to hold a girl. Harold struck such generosity. He wanted to contradict, but he could not change anything. The decision was made. My father said Lady Eric was the greatest pride and value of the Sumerigi kind. Therefore, his son should take care of her as a future wife and mother of the future heir. Harold was difficult to hide immediately. He did not even want to approach the girl from whom he avoided in every possible way. His father thought only strategically and worried only about the honor and position of their family. The situation was only worsening. Harold could not think of how to implement his plan if he had to be near Erica all the time. It looked like you were going on a minefield with your eyes. But he decided to use this trip as a chance to tell his unique way to grow food. This is exactly how he will be able to personally communicate with the ribbon and offer to introduce his technology on behalf of the whole family. If the situation has changed, it is necessary to act, given the new circumstances. Harold was pleased with the opportunity. I am sure that Erica's father will be attached to his conditions, so at the same time he will please his father and will be able to fulfill his own ideas. Lord Gaydon was very happy when his son agreed to go to distant lands for the future wife. He was convinced that the young were really well suited to each other, and harmony reigns between them. Harold showed everyone that he was the perfect son. He promised his father that he would become a worthy heir. In fact, in his heart, he maliciously hated this cruel and greedy lord. At this time, a stranger appeared in the remote village of Blash. He behaved politely and asked the residents as if trying to find something really important. Hai Blondin told why he came. He was looking for a woman named Clara Emerald, and hopes that his friendly smile will convince the peasant to trust him. Meanwhile, not far from the place where the stranger appeared, Clara, who once worked as a maid, hanging a clean linen near the house in which she lived with her daughter. The village was lying among beautiful landscapes, and even by passing 5 months, Clara still did not believe that it was a peaceful new life to truly her reality, not a strange dream. But from time to time, memories emerged from memory of the terrible day when Lord Gaiden thought of her execution. She could then disappear forever, and without knowing what her daughter would become when she grows up. But there was a real miracle. A boy who was only a little older than her, Colette, came to her and reached out to her. The most amazing was that this boy was the son of Lord. Clara often mentioned Harold, worried about him and thought if he was fine with him, whether he was alive. And though sometimes she really wanted to know at least something about him, she understood that trying to contact him would be too risky now. She understood exactly. If you give the family a sign, and someone learns that they are still alive with their daughter, Harold will threaten a great danger. The memories were cut off when their neighbor Jonah approached Clara. She was in vain in the morning her son Rainer. Clara reassured her, explaining that Rainer, along with Colette, went to the farm for milk and had to return soon. Jonah thanked the Jonah because she was already exhausted, looking for them all over the village. Clara apologized for her son often brings milk to them and helps Colette. But Jonah just smiled and explained that her boy dreams of joining the Night Order, so such help is a great opportunity to train. Saying goodbye, she allowed Clary to give her son a little work, but asked not to overload the little one. And Clara herself decided to comfort the children with homemade cookies. And at that moment a stranger appeared, who had already tracked his victim. He turned to her in the name of Clara Amaro, and the woman confirmed it with cautious. His smile immediately disappeared. He seriously asked Clara that she was aware of a boy named Harold Stokes. Clara was scared. The stranger wondered if the young heir had committed a cruel murder. He only needed to find out whether it was true or just rumors. The stranger looked suspicious, and his strange questions made Clary think about whether she was safe now. But she decided that if he really wanted to do her evil, he would have done it. She maintained her promise. She said that she knew nothing and asked not to bother her anymore. The stranger nodded and agreed to leave, but he warned that he would definitely return. Clara was suddenly scared, imagining that the feudal lord could suspect something, and it would turn into a serious trouble for Harold. From this fear, she sincerely began to pray for his salvation. When Clara prayed in a remote village, Harold, Erica, and Junea came to the Seminogus. The head of Tassik's family was genuinely happy when the daughter returned home. He warmly greeted Harold, expressing his respect, and then suggested that guests choose any vacation room after a long journey. However, the young aristocrat did not delay business and immediately went to the main. A proud look, he cast a tassel that he was a failure, and added that it was necessary to find time for a serious conversation as soon as possible, because it is really important. However, in a moment, Harold realized that he had taken the owner too rough. It seems that he could only behave when he was a strange bride nearby. He expected that anger would appear on the face of Tatsuki, but he remained calm and suggested to postpone the conversation until tomorrow. Now he had much more important things that had to do right now. The cold-bloodedness he acted with Harold, this confidence and wisdom fully corresponded to the image of the leader from the same game. However, Juno understood that a difficult conversation was waiting for them. June, even when the master remained indifferent, did not seem. She wanted to find out what he had real intentions. She was going to report about the Stokes family, but Tasuka thanked and suggested that he discuss it in another time, promising to view the document later. June was disappointed because she failed to know all the secrets. 3 servants of the Stokes family were silent, as if they were promised to tell anyone nothing. The only person who managed to find out was the talkative Zen. He accidentally spoke about some interesting things. This showed only one thing. Harold skillfully keeps everything under control and does not allow information to spread. However, Juno's spies noted that Zen, whom Harold considers his trusted, is often visited by farms and workshops. It hints that something important is being prepared behind the backstage. However, local peasants were suspicious and not very sociable. Becoming your own among them and learning the truth will be very difficult. But for Juno to retreat is not a way out. It always completes the case, no matter how much time, effort, or money is required. But now, in Sumeriga's house, everything has become much more difficult. It was at this moment that her best spy returned, the young blonde, the agent of the secret organization, Jarraaarce. Juno was glad that the task was completed so quickly, and immediately asked what news he brought from a distant village. The agent confirmed that in the village of Blash really lives a woman called Clara Amarail. However, Juno insisted more. Did he see her in his own eyes? He confirmed that the meeting would take place, but confessed that Clara abandoned the conversation. However, he is convinced that Clara is familiar with Harold Stokes and knows much more about him than it seems. It made Juno think. She realized that there was no other choice. It is necessary to go to Blue and talk to that mysterious woman. The next day, Harold was waiting for a meeting with Tasca. He calmly pulled green tea and thought of his new idea that could change agriculture. Now he has completely different plans. He thought that if the Sumerigi family received this technology before it all began, it would give them a great advantage. In primary history, it has passed all year since their journey. Before the raider hero, along with their allies, finally opened a way to escape from the destruction that a terrible epidemic brought. Now everything is different. If Tasuka joins Harold, it will give the team a hero's more chances to win, and Harold himself will help save his life. That is why he sent his first letter to Mr. Tsuzi, trying to choose a new path that did not exist in his original history. But this difference was not the only one. In this world, the elixirs of life were different. So that Tasuk could buy them, it was necessary to create new samples and improve the manufacturing process. By this point, Harold was going well, but now he lacks workers. Because of this, it can no longer expand its cultivation methods. And when the story of the game begins, you will not have to hope for someone's support. The only way to avoid premature death is to immediately resolve the issue of production and start the agrarian project as soon as possible. Finally, Tasuk appeared and immediately apologized for being late. Harold did not even pay attention to it. He missed the smile of Tasuki and immediately began to talk about all his anxieties and problems. He did not deny that it was difficult, but sincerely confessed, thanks to the medicine he gave him Harold, it became much easier for him to solve his affairs. He bowed low, thanking the young man. But Harold asked not to do it, explaining that it helps not for the sake of gratitude, but because he sees fit. But Tasuka insisted on his own. He could not but thank the one who saved everyone. Not even knowing Harold's true intentions, Tasuka acknowledged that all the changes began thanks to him. However, Harold did not resist and called him pathetic, wondering how a lord of a noble kind could thank a simple guy. This superiority deeply affected the Tasu. However, he remained calm, and said that he was glad to meet a young man who was waiting for a bright future, even if Harold did not understand it. When Harold heard it, he immediately suggested his help in an important business. Tasuka thought that it was invited for this reason, but in their conversation he felt some hidden complexity. Harold said he had no time to talk for a long time, even with such important people, and immediately reached out the owner. Tasuka was surprised when he came across a detailed report on experiments with elixirs of life, which described all the stages of the experiment and the results of plant cultivation with their help. Among the papers, there were graphs of yields indicating different quantities of fertilizers. Tasuka could not believe his eyes. The results were twice better than the usual ways. However, everything looked so incredible that he put the documents away. But Harold advised to simply believe, to accept everything as a given. Otherwise you can blame the whole world of lies. The wise lord did not deny openly. He only noted that it would not have made sense, and decided to listen to Harold. After all, Harold could share both valuable medicines and knowledge of their creation. But Harold replied that it didn't matter what Tasuk's opinion, because he costs nothing to listen to information. After that, he advised once again to read the document carefully. He explained that it was just a copy created for him. Having said this, he made a long sip of tea, and then it became quiet in the room. Everyone thought about something of their own. At that moment, Tasuka recalled that Juno said in his report, "This guy is not just someone's hand. He makes the decision himself." And this thought made Tasuk look completely differently at what is happening. Tasuka himself became convinced that such complex and accurate actions cannot be performed under someone's influence. Harold acts entirely on his own, but it could have been a trap. Tasuk could now calmly answer, "I do not trust you," and, using the prompts from the report, try to use this method. Harold, as if all this had long been predicted, calmly allowed the enemy to take the initiative. For him, It was only the beginning of a true action. Tasuka realized that it is too dangerous to give up negotiations now. He has the opportunity to check the results on his own, and may change his family for the better. The wise lord decided not to rush with the answer, waiting for the main offer from Harold. He watched him carefully, trying to unravel the true intentions of the man, because he understood that such cherries rarely act just so, without their own benefit. Tasuka was the first to break the silence, giving the boy the opportunity to speak. Harold boldly emphasized that without this conversation, their cooperation would not even begin. Seeing that the interlocutor was interested in, Harold suggested that everything written in the report was pure truth. Then he asked quietly, "How would you do being in my place?" Tasuka agreed. "This discovery is really impressive. If everything goes well, farming will be able to climb a new level across the country." He noted that only when he is able to achieve some stability, then he will be able to afford the widespread use of this method. Hearing this, Harold could not resist and asked, "Do you not want to pick up the whole thing for yourself?" Lord did not even hesitate. He immediately rejected the idea. The monopoly only sows enmity, and he does not need conflicts because of short-term benefits. He is too wise to consciously make enemies. Harold completely satisfied the answer, because he was the same thought. But he did not deny. To become richer thanks to the new method is not so bad. So the moment came when Harold voiced the main offer. He asked Tasuki whether he was ready to listen to the end. Tasuke had already felt the fatigue of such a guy's behavior, but politely agreed to listen to. Harold, catching a kaifi from this moment, joked that the old man was just lucky to come across a genius like him, and suggested becoming his partner in development. Tasuka asked why he should participate, because he did not develop anything. Harold reassured him, explaining that it was a simple formality, and all the documents are now issued in the name of Sumeriga. Lord could not understand why his name was mentioned, but Harold's behavior behind closed doors changed dramatically. He seemed to be hiding something from his parents. Otherwise, Lord Hydeden, the head of the Stokes, would surely boast his son's abilities or at least mention it in his letter. There was also the letter that Harold passed through Erica. It was warned of the death of the Stokes family. Every day there were more questions. Tasuka decided to ask openly. He wanted to find out if Harold deliberately keeps his technique as a secret from his parents for some personal reasons. Harold explained that first he had to understand the character of his parents. If they learned about it, they would immediately capture this method and start using it for their own benefit. But now he does not have enough people to do everything himself. If you hire more farmers, parents will lose power and control will move to others. Tasuka approved the fears, but was still surprised. He did not understand why Harold chose him, because it seemed that everyone could have attacked such a good proposal. Harold briefly explained. From all around Tasco, it is easiest to agree. If he refuses like a fool, then you will have to look for someone else. But it is unlikely that it will be needed, because no one will refuse when it comes to the well-being of their people. The guy's confidence was greatly surprised by Tasuk. He did not resist and asked where he had such confidence. Harold answered it calmly. You just have no other choice. Lord finally realized that he was in a real trap. Harold's confidence was not accidental. It seems that he conceived everything and prepared in advance. Harold thought like a skilled chess player. He closed all possible retreat paths in advance. Tasuka did not understand how he found himself in this trap. He recalled that first letter from the guy. There were medicines and warnings about a possible epidemic. Now, it has finally become clear. In the same letter, Harold frankly confessed, this engagement would be a test for both parties, because the father will be forced to give his daughter for the economic support of his sister's house. The young man also shared that his parents take away the people to the last, to continue to swim in luxury. According to him, the uprising inevitably, it will soon explode. Therefore, Tasuki will have the opportunity to pick up her daughter until there is a disaster. Harold shared his plan. You need to make medicines, organize protection according to the epidemic map, and use new technology to support the economy. If Sumeriji follows instructions, she will be able to raise her principality even without the support of the Stokes family. The most important thing, this will allow her to fulfill the 3 basic conditions necessary for the termination of the engagement. It will depend on these conditions whether he will be able to save Eric. Finally, Tasuka understood what technology was discussed in the letter and asked Harold. The old man was surprised by the wisdom of the young man, but he could not understand what he needed. Then Harold advised not to worry, they say, he would not change his opinion. Lord still agreed, because the temptation to save both his people and the family seemed too big. However, he could not understand why the Sumerigi family was of great importance for Harold. Harold thought, and decided to say honestly, even if he tries to explain, Tasuk will still not understand anything. Therefore, there was no point in waste time. He emphasized the main thing again. Either Tasuka accepts his conditions, or on this, their conversation will end, and he will go to look for someone else. The old man still could not understand why this young man allows you to make a decision on their own, even now. But he knew for sure. If he agrees, he would be able to save both his family and the future of his daughter. If she refuses, he will have to agree to the engagement, to seek help from the Stokes family. But then, the hope of real changes will disappear. Everything that Harold has achieved will be useless. Although Harold understood all the dangers, he did not stop and did not press on the Tasuk, instead left him the opportunity to choose himself. Harold was well aware. It was Tasuka who would benefit from this agreement. Finally, Lord Sumerigi gave his consent. It was expected for Harold, and he even praised the old man for making a decision so quickly. Harold advised the Tasuks to prepare both fields and people as soon as possible, because it will soon share its growing technology. This knowledge is enough to start the first stage. But over time, there will be a need to create a large trading company, or even a guild, which will have a significant impact and fully control the situation. This task should already lie on the shoulders of Tasuka himself. The wise lord quickly realized that thanks to the trade network, they would have a chance not only to win the local market, but also to present their technology to the entire continent. Harold boldly praised him, saying that the old and truly mind was more than all other subordinates. Like, he is able to cope with this task. Satisfied with the fact that everything succeeded, Tasuka suggested that the boy not hesitate and address him on any questions. He promised to support him in everything, without any restrictions. Harold did not hesitate, and immediately turned to the best martial arts mentor to learn new, gain experience in battle, and become even stronger. After talking, he decided to relax in hot springs. It was the best way to relax and feel real pleasure, especially in a place like Smomurgi. Harold was relaxed in warm water, watching the cherry petals floating around it. He mentioned the recent events and tired that he was able to conclude a favorable agreement and so quickly find a loyal ally. Meanwhile, Tasuka, along with his family, went to Agent Juno. She had to tell them something very important about Harold. Juno immediately said that she had long watched Harold at the request of Erica, so she knew his character well and what he was capable of. Erica apologized to her father for attracting spies without permission. She explained that she had done it because of very serious circumstances. Tasuka calmly asked her to tell in more detail what happened. The girl asked if he knew about rumors that Harold allegedly killed a maid with her child with the help of magic. Tasuka confirmed that he saw it in the reports, but perceived such stories simply as empty rumors. Erica said she wanted to see her own eyes. Did the father ask if he realized correctly? A woman with her baby was still alive? Erica said she tried to find out the truth with June and her team. The agent really confirmed. Everything they heard before is not true. Clara once worked as a maid, and now with her daughter Colette lived in the remote village of Blash. Their quiet life went unnoticed to others, so they were in complete safety. The woman did not even take a new name, so it was quite easy to find. However, she stubbornly did not want to mention the case. Then June decided to meet her and talk live. The agent quickly found the right house, knocked on the door, and politely asked the owner to give her a little time to talk. Juno gently greeted, said her name, and openly told that she came here on behalf of the Sumeriga family without hiding her intentions. It was clear that Clara had already guessed why she was visited, and suspected that that high blondan was the first Sumeriga ambassador. Juno apologized for possible impolite of her subordinate. Juno said that Harold and Erica are planning to get married. However, because of suspicion of murder of innocent people, most Sumeriga's relatives treat Harold with cool. At this intense moment, Clara decided to break her promise and interceded for the one who once saved her life. Juno immediately said that she did not believe in Harold's cruelty, because the main proof of his innocence for her is Clara. However, all the difficulty is that these rumors are triggered by Harold. The young aristocrat deliberately pleaded guilty to the murder, so that all the peasants and townspeople began to hate him. Although his face is always harsh and detached, he is in fact a lot of suffering in his soul. Juno explained that she does not want to open the whole truth, but if Clara shares the details, Harold can find a strong ally, and this will change his attitude. Clara was the one who could smooth Harold's blame and help him gain respect among those whom he had to work together in the future. Clara was tormented. She once promised not to tell anyone about the terrible day when she was on the hair from death. However, it was Harold that saved her then, and this thought did not give her rest. The woman felt guilt because the young lord suffers. June's visit knocked her out of balance and left strong emotions. The agent advised to focus and try to tell at least some of her memories. Juno said that even if Clara would not help her, she would still do her best to help Harold and Iriti. But Clara didn't want to watch from the side. She invited guests to her home, because such conversations are not for other people's ears. All important things are safer to discuss in a cozy atmosphere. Clara promised that she would do everything in her power to help Harold, because he saved not only her, but also her only daughter. Juno realized that the whole story began when Clara accidentally damaged Harold. She was threatened with severe punishment, but then Harold himself turned to his father and suggested that he experiment with Clara. He saved her fate. Harold actually hid her in the dungeon to win time and think through the escape plan. After that, he invisibly helped Clara and her daughter get out of the estate. Everything, both things and money, he provided himself. It was not a manifestation of pity. It was a conscious step to protect. That is why he took over the killer's reputation, to protect Clara and Collet, and not to risk them. Hearing these words, Tasuka could not believe his ears. His surprise increased when he saw Erika in a hurry left the room without waiting until the conversation was over. She confessed that she really wanted to apologize to Harold as soon as possible. Her conscience was still gnawing for the evening when she did not restrain her and hit him, succumbing to emotions. Erika in her soul believed that she was terribly and did not deserve forgiveness. But Tasuka stood on her way and did not allow her to do anything ill considered. The head of the family remembered what danger was Harold to save them. Now that they learned the truth, they should remain silent and not tell anyone. If Harold finds out that his secret is exposed, he will behave more carefully and will be even more removed from Erika. However, understanding her daughter's feelings, Tasuka still advised her to have patience. He wondered why she really needs to apologize, whether she tries to reassure her own conscience. Erika was confused and did not know what to say further or how to do it. If she cannot apologize and admit her guilt before whom she offended, how can she go forward in life? Tasuka, anxious for her daughter, had a good hand on her hair, and advised her to become those who could support Harold and anyone who joined his journey. This guy is really special. His incredible force causes fear, but if Erika actually wants to correct her mistakes, she needs to get closer to Harold. Tasuka advised to closely monitor what the young aristocrat actually seeks and try to understand him better than anyone else. The girl thought about these words and decided to listen to her father's advice, but he warned that this path would be very difficult. Harold really needs allies, although you will hardly find reliable friends in his world. Erika should understand that even if she tries a lot, it can only remain shadowed for Harold, and their feelings may never intersect. At first, she should sincerely ask herself, is she ready to trust this man and follow him without putting the conditions? Tasuka said that he should not be answered right away. You can wait with the decision. And now the main thing is to just apologize to what she hit her fiancé. These words made Eric think. She still didn't know what to do. In silence, without saying anything, Erika left the room quietly. Tasuka said that after her daughter learned about the engagement, she became sad. But now it is even harder for her. The wife noted that this time the cause of her sadness is completely different. She said quietly that it looks as if they were watching their baby growing up for the first time. Tasuka with a smile confessed that he had never experienced such strong feelings before, watching Erika now. He genuinely rejoices that he was able to support her in a difficult time. It passed for a while, and finally Harold arrived at the martial arts temple, which was advised by Tasuka. Here he hoped to master new skills. It was struck by the grandeur and size of the structure. It was the largest combat temple of Sumeriga. Both adults and children were taught here. They mastered the archery, magic, and the art of owning a sword. Harold could not understand why Tasuka called on this trip and sad Eric. The old man only answered all the questioning that he wanted the martial arts master. The guy did not deny because it didn't matter to him. All his thoughts were focused on one thing: to gain a new experience in battle, and that is what he considered the most important. He was already dressed in a combat suit. Tasuka was surprised to know how everything should look like, but Harold just waved and called it a little thing. Tasuka called a guy named Itsuki. He immediately ran to Erika and hugged her warmly because they did not meet for a long time. Itsuki kept her near and was interested in how she feels, promised to bring many gifts. Erika felt uncomfortable and tried to get rid of it. Harold did not take it seriously and thought everything was joke. He even accused Tasuka of deception, because he did not believe that an ordinary guy could become his opponent. But the old man warned him not to rush to the conclusions, because the strength of Itsuki was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Harold was convinced that a well-known instructor would appear in front of him, not an ordinary boy. Can a real master be so young? But Itsuki just smiled and reminded that he was very few years old. Initially, the guy called, "He is the older brother of Erika and wants to show what he was capable of." Harold looked at a new acquaintance, another of Tasuka's family. The boys came closer, and suddenly Izuki asked the forehead, "Is it true that Harold is the bridegroom of Erika?" He did not have time to look at how someone's strong hand grabbed him for his clothes. Harold was prepared for a possible attack, but in vain. Izui suddenly rejoiced, began to hug him, joyfully shake as an old friend, and sincerely greeted, calling his sister's love. Harold was stunned and just thought that another weirdo before him. The students, entering the great hall, immediately noticed the master Itsuki, who stood next to the bride of Erika. They quickly decided that the moment came when it would be possible to see with their own eyes the famous fencing of the master. At this time, the brother of Erika, full of enthusiasm, could not stop. He shakes Harold, insisting on sparring. Harold was shocked and asked to stop such a trick. Feeling how he was mastered by indignation, Izuki suggested not to waste time and to start a fight immediately. He said it was best to compete when emotions are the strongest. He quickly rushed to look for bamboo swords, and Erika immediately came to his aid. Harold, meanwhile, watched this muzzle carefully, wondering how seriously he treats every little thing. In that game from his past life, Harold only heard excerpts about this sword, so he knew almost nothing about him. Itsuki did not seem like an important figure, so his sincere concern for his sister was a surprise. Raising the sword, he turned to Harold and asked if he was able to use it at all. Harold made several demonstration movements, and with irony, thought it was just a regular stick. In fact, he likes a real steel sword, although it may be just a habit of his previous games. The students scattered in the stands and were curious when the duel began. Harold felt all the views directed at him. From that inside, it became restless. Despite the fact that Izuki was not the hero of an ancient legend, he was also part of this world of magic and swords. Tasuka himself chose him, which means that Izuki has a real power. The young aristocrat recalled his former battle with a real Harold. It gave him courage. He was sure that he had the same skills and a quick reaction with the new body. Recently he trained a lot and learned to feel his body well. This may be enough to overcome the Itsuki master. When all the rivals were ready, Tasuka voiced the rules of the duel. Only bamboo swords can be used, you cannot beat in vital places, and it is forbidden to use magic or metal weapons. Time restrictions were not set. The winner was the one who would make the opponent surrender or stop the fight. All other rules were in a true battle. If no one has questions, you can start. Harold was dissatisfied with the battle format, but Tasuka calmly explained to him that such rules exist for the safety of participants. In a real war, no one would set any restrictions. Harold did not deny and calmly accepted these, as it seemed meaningless rules. Itsuki, however, was well aware of why his father decided so. Even a bamboo sword could harm. Itsuki has repeatedly participated in real battles with experienced warriors, so he was convinced of his abilities, and believed that it would easily be able to get around all peers. Eric's brother was already upset. He was waiting for a fascinating clash, and instead received a regular match with a young aristocrat, which could not even be scratched for the family to have no problems. Understanding his restrictions, Izuki decided to give the opponent a small advantage, so he will be able to look at him better, because if this guy becomes an ally of heroes, he needs to get acquainted with him. Erika's brother addressed Harold with a proposal. Let him take the first blow and show what he can, if he knows it all at fencing. The hall became quiet and intense. All the audience kept breathing, waiting for the beginning. Tasuka nodded, giving a sign that you can start. Harold was ready for his first serious battle. The young aristocrat moved sharply forward and struck his strongest blow. But suddenly he saw that his opponent was extremely fast. The sword slipped out of the hands of Harold so quickly that no one noticed how it happened. Itsuki calmly added that in a real battle, Harold had already died. Harold was not going to retreat at all, so to cheer himself up, he said it was only a warm-up. He tried not to show his true emotions, although in fact he was stunned and a little frightened inside. He did not expect that the opponent would be so powerful. Itsuki was moving so rapidly that it was hard to even see. Harold decided that all this was only because of tension and surprise. He promised himself to be more attentive next time. In the meantime, he waited silently when his turn came. But Kazuki deliberately adjusted his blow. Instead of impressing the opponent, he knocked his sword. Thus, he seemed to invite him to a true battle. Harold understood. He was faced with an opponent who, like him, seeks to feel a real struggle and find out what he was capable of. Itsuki even apologized to the opponent initially, and suggested that an honest fight without any jokes or restrictions. It was even more angry with Harold. He called his rival an idiot, because he seems to have not understood that Harold specifically came from afar, only for the sake of this battle. Itsuki did not pay attention to the image, nodding quietly. But now he decided that he leaves the next move. Meanwhile, Harold was already preparing to give a lesson in a daring master. Tasuka warned his son. But Kazuki was not going to bring his father. He was determined and intended to prove that he was taking this fight very seriously. The second round began with an instant attack by Kazuki. Harold did not expect such speed from the opponent. It became much faster and more agile. Despite the powerful offensive, Harold was able to repel the attack. He boldly stated that he was now ready to fight and already understood the tactics of Itsuki. The blows were falling increasingly. Itsuki watched the enemy's face carefully, trying to understand how much Harold could hold. The audience kept their breath, looking at the incredible speed of Harold. However, in addition to lightning movements, he has not yet revealed all his strength. The powerful pressure of Kazuki kept it securely. If Kazuki does not allow Harold to use their speed, it will be easily predictable, and its strokes will almost do no harm. He has no real combat skills, only uncontrolled anger. One of the masters noted that Harold only owns a sword at the initial level. It is difficult for him to predict and recognize the strikes of such a rival as Kazuki. The young aristocrat first tries to fill the experience with his speed, but this only helps him for a short time. Itsuki, having the best technique, gradually takes the situation under control. In fact, the winner was known before the battle. Harold was tired quickly, so it was only necessary to wait for this moment. Everyone was convinced that Izuka was insurmountable, and surprised why Harold was only reflected. However, Harold remained calm and even smiled because he noticed that the breath of the enemy became difficult. Although Izukuki had more skill, Harold did not lose hope, stubbornly struggling and looking for the opportunity to win. The battle became tougher. Both fought hard, no longer restraining or thinking about the loss. Now it was not a training match, but a real clash. Unexpectedly, under a strong blow, Harold released a sword for the second time. It was very surprised by Kazuki, but the guy immediately rushed forward without delaying for a second. Suddenly his palm struck sharply in his chest. He was so passionate that he did not expect an attack from an opponent without a weapon, and was lost for a moment. Itsuki fell to the ground, and Harold quickly grabbed his sword and touched him to the head of the opponent. That is when Tasuka immediately stopped the fight. Erika's older brother could not believe his eyes. He was defeated by a boy who was 3 years old. In the battle, Harold immediately adjusted to the opponent, and became stronger literally on the move. Although Kazuki lost, he was not disappointed. On the contrary, he suggested playing again, because he really liked the fight. But Harold just smiled and joked that everything would end just like this time. Itsuki asked what had happened, and Harold acknowledged that he was too short to remember how his father said that if you got a bamboo sword, it means to start the war. It is now hard to believe that such a misconception could become the head of the Sumeriga family. He did not even know the simple rules of battle, and did not understand how he was on the floor. Harold's words caused the older brother of Erika only a fun laughter, although Harold did not understand why he was so funny. A controversy broke out between them, but Itsuki intervened and asked everyone not to offend each other. In fact, Itsuki was satisfied with the first battle with who should become a man of his sister. The opponent was worthy, and therefore would be able to take care of Eric in the future. Harold was angry with the jokes of Itsuki, and went out of the training room angrily. And Itsuki, laughing at him, shouted that now Harold is his swan, and you will not run away from it. Harold seemed strange and unnatural how it suddenly began to behave friendly. He did not trust this guy, and did not feel sympathy for him. Harold realized that his rival was indeed prevailing in force. But to lose due to disqualification for him was even worse than losing honestly. It was a painful awareness. Going outside, the guy kept his breath, admiring the calm and charm of the surrounding nature. There were no shouting merchants here, and it immediately reminded him of his native Japan. But it was not his real house at all. It was a game world in which he had existed as an antagonist for 5 months, who had only 8 years to live. Harold was not sure whether death would find him before the hero would be able to bring this story to the end. Even if the last enemy is defeated, will he be able to return home? He may remain here forever, forgetting his past forever. But Harold did not want to give up. Real Harold would not cry. It was at this point that Eric appeared. The guy was surprised, because he did not think that he would meet his future wife here and now. Even before the meeting, he felt it himself with nature. Real Harold never gives up and does not regret himself. He has no right to weakness. Meanwhile, in the hall, Itsuki, he apologized to his father for hurrying to call Harold with his brother. Tasuka just smiled. He realized that his son was just exaggerating with a joke. Itsuki suggested Erika to go for Harold to support him. He believed that sympathy would help them become closer and make their future union stronger. The girl still agreed, though she doubted whether Harold really needed someone's support. He always looked strong and invulnerable. However, she did not restrain her and went to look for him, hoping to talk frankly and for real. During the trip, she remembered how her father said, Harold was not like everyone else. His strength and stubbornness could seem alien, but they were attracted to those who knew him closer. She went cautiously and saw that the guy never seems. Despite all the difficulties, he continues to fight, holding his head high. However, there is no strength without weakness. The lone Harold never had anyone near anyone who could open up his true feelings. Even when he decided to stand up for others, he still hid in his own pride and arrogance, completely ignoring the feelings of others. Perhaps this desire was told by her father, to become the one who can know Harold and understand him. Erika decided to do her best to fulfill this mission. Although it is not without flaws, it has the strength and determination to change something. In the end, she became the closest ally for him, those who will always support in difficult times and share useful advice. Erika praised the duel and openly confessed. Not even knowing fencing, she immediately noticed that Harold was a worthy and strong rival for her brother. She said that his cunning course, to lose the battle for the sake of victory in the war, was just brilliant. But Harold perceived her words as a mockery, because he understood so well that he was defeated. Erika laughed but quickly apologized, realizing that she said something extra. Because of her carelessness, she really wanted to fix everything. I apologized. However, Harold could not figure out what this girl was, what she was, how she succeeds, and tenderly treat the one who hated. This has already caused suspicion. Harold tried to stay away from Erika. He understood that any connection with her could only bring his death closer. He strictly ordered her to leave, but Eric did not obey. She calmly asked why she had no right to talk to her future husband. Harold said it would be easier without him, but Erika was not going to put up with it. She also wanted to speak. In the end, the guy could not stand and agreed to listen to everything she would say. The girl thanked him and apologized for her behavior that night. She could not curb her emotions. She offended him sharply, even not hit him. It was the greatest misconduct for her. Now she sincerely sought to ask. The girl's words were genuinely sensed by Harold, and he laughed unexpectedly. He did not think that she would want to apologize because of such a trifle. But at the heart, he himself understood perfectly that he pushed it to it. But that distinguished it most is the ability to recognize your own mistakes and sincerely apologize. It is because of this that the players always appreciated the character of Erika Summers. Harold thought that Erika now only shows his kindness, trying to impress. It only annoyed him because he knew what to expect. Because of this, her words had no meaning to him. They seemed empty to him, and Erika looked only an inept actress who was trying to portray sympathy. He said that he was annoyed by her insincere politeness, and also suggested that her have fun with her maid. Then he added that the best gift for him is to never see it again. And he cruelly quit. You are disgusting. You pretend to be good, though it is not. Erika was stunned and did not find words. Harold, not wanting to listen to nothing more, turned sharply and quickly went away, angry because of the breakdown of his anger at her. Harold acknowledged that the girl was partly right, but her compassion was nothing. At this time, Erika realized she lacks a lot to challenge the fate. She noticed how it is not easy to afford a stranger to himself, but despite it, she decided to try to understand this man, even if he had to withstand his rudeness. Erika always wanted to be closer to Harold. She realized that it would not be easy. However, even now she saw he needed support. She stood aside for a few minutes, hesitation to call someone for help. However, she promised to herself in her soul, Once she is sure to catch up with Harold and will always be next to him. She felt with all her heart that this mysterious person could not be left alone. Since then, it has become her own purpose. Meanwhile, on a wide plateau bin, a group of soldiers competed with a giant monster. They tried to overcome it, but the power of the enemy was too big. Seeing this, Harold gave the team to retreat. The young aristocrat was certain that this beast was not so scary. He decided to deal with him himself. So he stood quietly and waited for the monster to approach him rapidly. In the last second, he had time to bounce off the attack and skillfully waved his sword, cutting the air and causing the enemy a devastating blow. Hollow head. Harold was satisfied. He coped with the task better than the whole detachment, and now the blacksmith will get an important trophy. Even losing her horn, the monster did not give up. He roared loudly and began to read magical spells unexpectedly. In an instant, the creature imposed a spell, Punishment of the Earth. A powerful blow cut the plateau, and the earth began to crack under his feet. Harold did not expect such. A giant cloud of stones and dust, which completely closed the horizon, rose before his eyes. But even in such a situation, the young lord remained calm. He gathered with the spirit, strongly jumped up and boldly attacked the enemy. This moment was perfect for magical lightning attack. Harold was comfortable and was ready to strike a decisive blow to the monster. One powerful blow was enough. The spell's storm wind was extremely strong. The monster literally crumbled on the ashes in a moment. The soldiers could not believe their eyes. The young lord one-handled the middle-level monster. However, Harold did not waste time and strictly ordered the passage immediately. The commander loudly ordered the first detachment to take the horn and others to pull the burned remains. At the same time, he did not restrain himself in the statements, making soldiers for clumsiness and helplessness. People discussed how powerful Mr. Harold. Some even told the newcomers that 3 years ago, he started a big campaign with Conquest, and even then was very strong. The main thing in it was not even the power. It was a descendant of the Stuke family. Although his parents first were strongly against his plans, but as soon as Harold showed what he could, everyone had to agree with it. However, even with such force, he was injured at the very beginning of the trip. If his parents had learned about it, other captains could lose their trust and refuse to follow him. The newcomer was first surprised because everything looked very dangerous, but he confidently comforted his friend, saying that hardly any of them would meet the true rage of Harold's parents. However, he will have to feel it all over himself. He did everything himself. 3 years ago, frightened soldiers were brought to the estate of Sumeragi by a seriously wounded Harold. He was in a critical condition and lost blood rapidly, and they begged for immediate help. Juno did not stay, and the first rushed forward. She was caught to find out what had happened to the young lord. The security captain explained that during the fighting with the monster, Harold was seriously injured. She wondered why such a young guy decided to get involved in such a dangerous adventure. Meanwhile, the captain insisted, "You need to find a free room as soon as possible and call a doctor or a goal." The captain was alarmed. He felt guilty because he could not protect the lord at a crucial moment, although it was his responsibility. Even in this form, Harold did not lose his sharpness. He roughly called the captain with a thankless monster and added that, apparently, it was not necessary to save him this worthless life. The captain quickly apologized, but Harold strictly ordered not to perceive him as a child. He was angry with the soldiers, saying that they beat even worse than dead, and if they don't like something, let them train to keep the sword better. Not only the captain, but also June was heard so surprised. One of the soldiers quietly apologized for his mistake. Harold stopped him, asking not to worry anymore. He wanted only solitude. Before leaving, he ordered the captain to remain silent about his injuries to his parents. Otherwise, he would no longer be released for any mission. Everyone should remain silent and not say it, the captain promised. But in his soul, he had shame and guilt, because now he had to protect him who he himself vowed to keep even at the cost of his own life. But then Harold did even more. He saved everyone from the inevitable punishment that they were threatened by his harsh father, Haydn. Even 3 years later, the captain with warmth in his heart remembered that day. He sought to become stronger, and it was this event that became an inexhaustible source of inspiration for him. While the captain plunged into the memories, Harold realized that thanks to battles with monsters, he gained a lot of experience. He felt he became stronger. Much stronger. But new monsters were still waiting in front of them, and to hunt them, they will have to put others in danger. However, He knew that his comrades would not survive such a test. That is why Harold decided to finish the hunt and go to the Sumeriga estate. He could relax and find out the latest news. In that place, he met Tasuka, who had already heard about his actions during a campaign. Harold asked how the conversation with his father went. It turned out that the plan worked. Farms now do not have to pay a contract for a contract. The tariff for a special way of cultivation was reduced, and some of the taxes were even returned. The Stu family will now be able to care for their fields much more profitable. But Harold had a different idea. He suggested that the management be united completely. Tasuka also advised to wait for the wedding with Erika first, and then discuss it officially. But the guy just laughed. He was wondering how his father reacts when he learned that the engagement could be cancelled. Tasuka, wanting to change the topic, asked another battle with the monster. Harold heard this question again, and it seemed to him that everyone was just talking about the same thing around. Tasuka advised Harold to not rush to the decisions, and reminded how often he returned home all in the wounds. That is why he always worries when the young man goes to the battlefield. But Harold just waved his hand, saying that it is not necessary to think so badly about him. Now no stupid monster will approach him. Such words are stunned by the ribbon, because you do not often hear the same from the young man. Harold, as always, sharply advised the old man to watch his son more closely. Such a sharpness only raised the mood. He was already looking forward to their new duel. Suddenly, the old man remembered one important news. The tournament will soon take place in the Delphite. He suggested that Harold to try his hand if he feels confidence. Participants are divided into age groups, so Harold will not compete with Izuki. However, this experience will be extremely useful for the young aristocrat. Harold was interested in this proposal. He had long dreamed of trying his hand at duels with others. It was especially pleasant that these battles would not be death. He thought a little, looked at the old man, and finally agreed. Yes, he would take part in the tournament. Tasuka thanked, promised to tell Itsuki immediately, and immediately returned to his duties. Harold, in a joking tone, wished him to work without rest until his death, although in reality nothing wrong was referred to. Returning home, Harold thought about the future tournament, and imagined what strong rivals, such as Izui, he would have to meet. Although he knew almost nothing about them, the very fact of participation in the competition was already a great opportunity to strengthen relations with the Sumeriga family. For 3 years he avoided Erika and spoke with her only when necessary. He was fully arranged by such a distance between them, especially now that due to frequent attacks, he could not afford to lose vigilance. Harold was aware that there were many dangers ahead of him, and the most important events of the game remained 5 years. He had to take care of his safety, and take into account all the possible risks not to die accidentally. Meanwhile, the main character Rainer, together with Colette's friend, finally came to the port city of Delphite. Rainer, who spent all his life in a small village, could not hide his admiration, seeing the big and noisy city for the first time. Rainer was enthusiastically looked around, most impressed by the bronze sculpture of the ship. But his father cooked his son, saying that he behaves too simple. Colette turned to them and asked not to vote, but rather register for the tournament. A cheerful Rainer could not miss the chance to see a big city. Leaving his native village for the first time, he was delighted with everything around. The father was very worried about his son. He could neither reassure him nor to keep. Therefore he turned to Mr. Orbala, asked to look at the guy, and assured that he would come for him immediately if something went wrong. Orbal sincerely apologized to Colette for the inconvenience caused, and decided to personally apply for the tournament instead of his son. They agreed to meet near the fountain, next to the statue of the ship. Colette rushed after the district, but could not determine where he went. Not noticing the obstacle, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Local residents have told her to be careful and always look at her feet. At that moment, Erika passed. Seeing that the girl had blood on her knee, she immediately suggested helping. Erika invited her to a quieter place to carefully examine the wound. Coletta was discontinuing, but Erika supported her. She said she would never leave anyone in trouble and is always ready to help someone who needs it. Colette sincerely thanked and named her name. Erika quickly healed her wound, and Colette could not believe how well the treatment was. However, Erika confessed that she is still studying and has little experience. Colette thought that her new girlfriend had come to a big city to take part in the tournament. But Erika replied that she is now only to support and no longer plan to fight. Erika asked Colette why she came to the city. The village girl explained that she came here with a friend who dreamed of becoming a member of the Night Order. Erica thought it was a really good desire. Colette also emphasized that her friend was very strong. Even an adult man from their village would not have the strength to reach with him. Erica thought that Colette came from Bluch village, but Colette said that 3 years ago she moved here with her mother from another city. At that moment, Erica cleared everything. She remembered Harold, and now it became clear that Colette was just the girl she thought about. However, Colette herself did not suspect, and just smiled sincerely. Erica apologized for her mind and sincerely thanked for the interesting conversation. She explained that she needs to hurry now because she should find her friend. She added that if their meeting is not accidental, then they would still cross, and maybe it will be the beginning of a strong friendship for many years. Such words were very surprised by Colette. Erica asked her straight, "She really doesn't want it?" The same Colette was only embarrassed. It seemed to her that she was a simple rural girl, so she was not worth friendship with a real place. Erica waved away from such thoughts, considering them meaningless. She was convinced that if fate really wanted to build them together again, it would be a true proof of their connection. And then a real friendship would arise by itself. Colette nodded, agreeing, and gave the word that would keep these emotions in her heart until their new meeting. The most important thing in the world is to be able to feel genuinely. Saying goodbye, the girls parted in different directions. However, Colette stood for a while and looked after the mysterious brunette, quietly saying to himself under his nose, which would wait for the next meeting with her. Meanwhile, Harold was surprised to see Eric at the table. He did not want to talk to her, especially in the presence of her brother, and it was no longer avoided. Erica was dissatisfied. She only dreamed of spending lunch with Kazuki. But he pretended not to understand her desire, and said he could go if she interferes. But Harold insisted that he stays. To be with Erica alone seemed to him a real test. Erica also did not want to stay here, but could not calm down her brother and show disrespect. Kazuki mentioned that during the tournament it is easy to get injured, so it is very good that they will be an Erica who can treat magic. Without it, they would not do. Harold immediately said that he did not intend to get some injury. However, Itsuki still advised him to remain alert, and suggested that Eric would go with them. Erica agreed to be sideways, but added that she would only intervene if it was really necessary. Since they have already come together, it will simply not work to avoid communication. At an important point, there will be no time to explain something. Help will need to be provided here and now. Harold nodded silently, agreeing with a cheerful guy. When the joint lunch ended, Erica stayed alone and came across June. The girlfriend was amazed. Did Eric really dinner with Harold? However, Erica explained that she only accompanied her brother, and they discussed her future work of the healer. Juno wondered if Eric had already told Harold about how she met Colette. But Erica decided to keep it secret so far. Juno could not understand why something to hide at all, even from loved ones. Erica reminded herself that Harold did not know that they were aware of Clara and her daughter. Therefore, until he decides himself to tell the truth, it will keep silence. Eric was still hopeful. When Colette finally meet Harold, he will not be able to continue to hide his secret. Perhaps this good and sincere girl from the village will eventually become his ally. Harold felt in the heart an unexpected attack of jealousy, because this attractive blonde could occupy a special place in his life. And if suddenly his feelings are mutual? If Colette makes him happy, Eric will no longer interfere with him. Meanwhile, Harold came to the tournament and was delighted with the huge arena. Walking through the city streets, the young man suddenly saw 2 men who almost disrupted. He was also surprised that in the morning the tavern was open. The men got drunk so that they could not cope with their emotions. The quarrel quickly grew into a fight. But it seems that it was quite familiar to the locals. No one was surprised. One of the drunks fell right at Harold's legs. He did not embarrass and easily pushed him directly into the barrel with ice water. All present were impressed with such unexpected intervention, and the drunken friends immediately began to offend Harold. However, he calmly replied that he could jump into the water. Maybe then they would return to common sense. One of the chunky men, well-groomed, threatened to beat the stranger, despite the fact that he was an aristocrat. It was at that moment that city guards came to the place. The warriors in heavy armor were ordered to disperse and immediately stop the dispute, rudely calling the drunkards with worthless scum. One of the drunks suddenly rushed to Harold. The guardian did not have time to restrain him, and was even more surprised when he saw a calm and cold confidence in the young man's eyes. Harold quietly waited for the attacker to get closer, and then quickly hit his elbow into his stomach, knocking down his feet. The locals were glad. and the guardian, surprised by the skill of the movement, praised the young aristocrat. Another soldier immediately began to ask what happened. Harold briefly told that he just wanted to get rid of a drunken man who began to be a rooming and attacked him. The whole essence of history was in this. Guard liked this answer, and he asked Harold to stay for a short time. He wondered if Harold did not get injured. But Harold assured that everything was fine. Even jokingly said that this drunkard was too weak to become at least a warm-up. The guardian looked at him in surprise without expecting such confidence. Harold smiled and dropped with laughter. The main thing is not to fuss, because you can cut something, and then there will be anywhere else. It was painful. The young nobleman was tired of this conversation. He advised the guards to turn to the local vagrants, they say. They know more. And he did not want to spend time on in vain conversations. Hearing this, the guards just smiled. The officer's face was confused. One of the soldiers asked what to do with the unconscious drunkard. The lieutenant decided that he would ask him a little later. But as soon as he turned, he noticed that Harold was already piercing. He disappeared. He regretted that he never learned the name of that wonderful guy with impressive combat skills. And Harold was already far away. The streets. He immediately recognized the lieutenant, and exactly did not want to meet him for no special reason. This man was once a knight of the order. He was called Cody Luziel. He was a warrior of extraordinary power. In the main line of the plot, Cody led a hired gang called Frere. It included various adventurers, travelers, and exiles. Sometimes he stood on the side of the main characters and helped them, but more often acted in his interests, using others, and then suddenly disappeared. In fact, Cody was only a minor character and not as dangerous as others. However, Harold was very surprised by such an early meeting with him. The next morning, Harold joined Itsuki and girls. He was surprised to find out that he was recorded for a fictional name. Itsuki, filled with habitual optimism, said it was the perfect day for a duel. He explained that mostly ordinary residents of the city participate in the tournament, so he recorded Harold under a foreign name, so that his parents would not be upset. Harold just waved his hand, saying his parents would be glad if he defeated several strong rivals. Itsuki did not surprise about the rigid nature of the Stu family for a long time. The first match in the age category began. The presenter urged the audience to support the participants as loudly as possible, and Harold was presented under the name Lord Gentleman. His opponent was a cheerful boy with white hair. Harold wondered what he needed a mask. Itsuki replied that once he was a foreign name, it would be wise to hide his face from outsiders. Hearing such nonsense, the young man became angry. He immediately threw a mask from his face and threw it to the ground. Itsuki did not argue, but only quietly advised to take care of his things. The arena was noisy loud. The audience has fun inside at each other. A little drink. Harold was torn the anger. He scolded Itsuki, considering him a senseless joker and angry that he did not like his magic, nor that is an annoying nickname. He swore to pay for all those ridicule. His opponent could not squeeze what this guy was so annoyed. And Harold was just dreaming of finishing it sooner and escape from an obsessive noise. Among the noisy crowd in the arena, he suddenly noticed a familiar girl with blonde hair. It was Colette, which he had saved recently. His gaze immediately went away, and he immediately regretted that he removed the mask. It was convenient to wear. It was possible to stay in the shade, keep your secret, and use the magical force of the artifact. If Colette arrives, it means somewhere nearby and another important character. It was at this point that the teams sounded about the beginning of the battle, and all the participants were asked to prepare. Harold only stepped forward several times, and has already won the young rival. The boy dropped his weapon, cursed and acknowledged defeat. The fast end of the duel disappointed the audience. The growth of dissatisfaction has risen throughout the stadium. Harold won, but did not stay in the arena. He immediately went, delving into the thoughts of Colette, and with her, and everything else. Rainer. After all, he is the main character of Brave Hearts, and after 5 years he should become an enemy of Harold. To meet him now is too early. He sincerely believed that Rainer was only an observer here. But suddenly the presenter announced the next participant. He was from the village of Bluch, and of course it was Rainer. The guy caught every moment of his glory. He smiled widely and waved a sword that glittered brightly under the rays of the sun. It was most annoyed by Harold. After all, everything had to happen completely differently. The Rainer had to come to the Delpit later and to make his long speech. The aristocrat wondered, maybe just leave the tournament unnoticed to meet the district. However, it would be the second escape from the hero from the game. Once upon a time, Rainer fiercely hated Harold. The death of Clara, and the arrogance emitted by Harold was guilty of everything. But now, everything has changed. Harold decided to start life with a pure sheet, giving up fights and disputes, choosing peace and peace. If Clara is alive, Rainer makes no sense to merge with him, at least until they meet and start talking. Harold was mentioned by the code, which he did not communicate with, although it would be the best solution. Now he decided to meet him right here to test his strength and maybe trusting him. If, of course, he does not have to stay in the shade again. Harold, knowing the original game well, could help the Rainer tips, prompt the right path, and help him become stronger. He may now have a chance to save the world faster than it would happen in his or her initial history. Harold realized that it was his opportunity to bring the finale and did not want to lose this unique chance. While he was thinking about his next steps, Rainer, meanwhile, has already won his first victory. The audience met his success with joyful applause. The victory was given to him easily and quickly, which immediately showed all his great power. Harold realized that it was time to act in his design, but he hesitated because he did not imagine how to approach Rainer. Only harsh words were spinning in the head, but Harold feared that all it would only spoil it. He finally waited for the hero of the game to appear, and although a little rude, he praised him for his victory. Rainer looked at him carefully. It was their first meeting with those who deprived him of his life in true history. Rainer was not a hero at the time. He was an ordinary village guy. As soon as he saw Harold, he immediately recognized him and called the fastest hand in the tournament, asking him with interest how he managed to win Malik. He wondered how Harold was moving quickly, and asked to share the secret or at least tell what technique he was training. He acknowledged that he was also fast, but he had not seen such movements. But in response, the aristocrat boldly ordered the Rainer to silence, and also supported it with an obscene gesture. Only then did the hero recall that he had not yet named his name, and reached out to the dating. At that moment, Harold sharply changed the course of events in the game. He allowed him to turn to himself as you want, in the name or other convenient way. On this, a naive guy from the village sincerely thanked him for his acquaintance. After that, Harold became rough again and called Rainer an idiot. However, he still praised him, saying that the battle was much better than other participants. When the handshake ended, Harold warned, "It just does not help anyone. If Rainer really wants to master his equipment, he or she must try it on himself. If, next time, he manages to stand in battle, they will meet again." Rainer gladly accepted the challenge and joked that Harold is better not to lose, because otherwise they would not be able to meet and find out which one is stronger. Harold, in response, called him a pathetic peasant, and said that he did not dare to speak with the aristocrat, because between them, a huge difference in the position, and this is the only thing that should be known. Rainer was not offended, on the contrary. After this conversation, he wanted to see this confident aristocrat even more. Wishing good luck, he quietly went his way. Only then, Harold realized that everyone around him was paying attention to him, because he had just talked with the district. Now he had to withstand vigilant views, and possibly the dislike of others. However, the hero will never give up. An important mission awaits him, to save the world from great danger. And Harold expected their new meeting with interest to check not only the boy's strength, but also his heart. In the group under 13 years, the next battle was to take place between two leaders, a mysterious gentleman and a skilled soldier, Rainer Gregg. At this time, Colette, with excitement in her heart, was very worried about her best friend. She sincerely wanted him to win. Meanwhile, Rainer went out into the arena, made up of determination to fulfill his promise. Harold warned that it is too early to rejoice. The rider still needs to show his strength and prove that he is worthy of becoming a hero. The host of the tournament announced the beginning of the battle. The village guy did not hesitate to go forward, squeezing a heavy sword in his hands and getting ready to strike a decisive blow. The blow was in vain. Harold was effortlessly evaded. It was even more angry with Rainer, and he began to wave the sword chaotically. Harold was even a little disappointed. He easily reflected all the strokes of the opponent, and Rainer looked too weak for the role of the protagonist. But after all, he was still a common teenager, although he would have to show more power. Colette, unlike noisy viewers, quietly followed the battle. At this time, Rainer wondered why he could not get into his opponent. Harold mocked it that it was not a duel, but a solid misfortune. Rainer was confused. He could not figure out what was talking about. Harold, annoyed, began to make fun of Rainer's blows, calling them in vain, and Rainer himself, a weak man who is not able to do him any harm. Rainer calmly wondered why Geralt did not go on the offensive, but only evades the attacks. Harold did not hold back emotions and exclaimed that his opponent was a real loser. After that, he rushed forward so quickly that Rainer did not even have time to understand what had happened. When Harold came close to it, he warned, "He will be the same as with his sword, so the next time he thinks well before saying something." Rainer looked stunned at his sword, which cracked in half. Harold only quit that the one who did not even have time to beat the blow has no right to say something. Rainer felt a bitter disappointment in his soul. He trained so many years with his adventurist, and for the first time he was defeated by his peers. Previously, he lost only adults. Rainer, immersed in his thoughts of defeat, noticed how Harold came to the judge and began to threaten him. In this tournament, no one has dared such boldness. Harold was angry with a dear freak and indignant. Why was the battle stopped if Rainer has not yet acknowledged the defeat? After all, this is contrary to the rules. The judge began to justify, they say, the defeat seemed to be obvious, because the opponent was left without weapons. But Harold insisted on his own and demanded that he be given a spare sword. Harold immediately rushed on a new sword. The audience looked in confusion, not understanding what happened, but excitedly voted. In a minute, he returned to the arena with another blade, and the crowd exploded with applause. The aristocrat turned to his rival, suggested for the enemy. It was the last chance to prove that it could become real. Harold asked why a regular boy from the village to learn to fight. After all, you can live quietly in your village without risk. Rainer said that he was fond of knights with a baby and always wanted to become the same noble hero who saves people from danger. From childhood, he has always tried to support those who are weaker. Somehow, when the local rags wanted to pick up her necklace and Colette, Rainer could not stay indifferent. The boys were catching with Colette's and boasted that they would give it a suspension to travelers and they would spend money on sweets. Colette was very indignant with the guy's behavior, so she tried to take her back and even hit one of them. However, her strength was not enough to repel the older boys. It was then that Rainer appeared. He fearlessly stood up for Colette and decisively ordered the abuse of her because she was still small and weak. For Colette, it became an instant when she felt true support and care. The bullies laughed when they saw a quiet boy and began to make fun of him, calling a hero in shiny pants. They said they had already been obtained by his meaningless nightly fun. They began to mock the future hero, calling him a weak, which only pretends to be a knight, and then runs to complain to his mother. Rainer promised himself that this time everything has changed, and he would surely show his strength. Meanwhile, the bullies were chatting at their chance, and just waiting to take up the business again, and beat the good-natured but weak guy. The battle lasted only a few minutes, and Rainer was defeated. Colette gently wiped blood out of his face, and Rainer grimaced with pain. The girl apologized that she was involved in this story, but he worried more that she was looking too pathetic now. Even after the defeat, Rainer remained courageous. For Colette's, he became a real hero at this moment, and she sincerely believed in him. Despite acute pain, he felt joy, because he was able to protect the girl he liked. In his soul, he promised to always be near her, protect, and take care of her. He promised that even if he is still weak now, he would be trained, will become stronger, and will eventually turn into a real knight who will protect people in difficulty. Colette sincerely believed that her best friend had good intentions, and wished him good luck from all her heart. Then she decided to give him her suspension, in support and courage. Rainer was confused and could not squeeze why Colette did so, but she explained. Now he has protected him. It is her promise to help him fulfill his dream and become a real defender. She promised to always be near and support him to become a knight. At that moment, Rainer felt as if he grew up. He truly believed in his own strength. Many years later, he found himself in the arena, where he had to fight with his strongest rival. In his heart, he buried the desire to become stronger and save people. Seeing this, Harold just smiled. How can this loser consider himself a hero? Rainer no longer reminded a simple guy from the village. Now it felt a real power, and he was ready to prove it, Harold. When the Rainer lifted the blade, the flames of magic ran through it. For the first time, his body was filled with true lightness. After meeting with Harold, heroic force woke up in it. Inside the incredible energy, and covered with anger, he decisively rushed forward, seeking to take revenge. The powerful blows of the sword made everyone in the stands hold their breath. There was no such fierce battle at this tournament. Colette first saw her friend so strong and unwavering. Harold felt pleased. His words still achieved the goal. The future hero awakened the true power. It was not easy to stop him now. Rainer was constantly attacked, and even began to evade the aristocrat's strokes, gradually moving on the offensive. But suddenly, when a wave of energy exploded around, the guy seemed to be exhausted. His eyes blinked, he saw everything split and began to retreat, barely holding on his feet. Rainer was left unattached, and could not understand why his body suddenly became incredibly heavy, as if poured with lead. But in a moment everything became clear to him. He became an ordinary person again. It could only mean one thing. Its power finally ended. It is not surprising, because he did not even suspect that it was hidden such power. Although the Rainer felt the weakness, he was glad that he was able to live up to Colette's expectations and appreciate the suspension. However, he was aware that he had no strength to withstand Harold. Suddenly, the chain on the suspension broke, and the decoration fell to the ground, giving a light bell. Rainer immediately remembered the warm smile of her best girlfriend and how she promised to always follow him for a dream. Remembering the past, he felt a new wave of power. The arena was illuminated by a magical glow. The guy was ready to fight. Now it's time to scare everyone. Rainer focused all his strength to strike the strongest blow in life. He wanted to prove that he could stand up for himself and protect the one he loves. The scary tongues of fiery magic escaped from his sword. Rainer challenged the bold aristocrat. If he is really so strong, let him try to stop it. However, Harold did not intend to give up. He responded to the flames with a powerful spell, the Nemoid Blade. The arena suddenly shone with lightning flashes. The two elements collided in a fierce battle. In a moment, the mighty magic of the two opponents encountered, and there was an explosion of such power that the audience involuntarily covered their eyes, and the whole arena trembled from this incredible power. After the energy explosion, everything subsided long. When the dust was settled, both rivals remained on their feet. But Rainer was very exhausted. His legs were already shaking. Then, Harold picked up the guy without letting him fall. He called him a fool, they say. It was necessary to use this force immediately. In response, Rainer whispered softly that Harold was a true cruel type, and asked him to lower him to the ground. The aristocrat was surprised. He did not think that Rainer would be able to activate the bravery regime directly in this position. This regime is a special force that increases the power and protection of a person several times during 4 moves. Harold could not believe that Rainer would be able to fulfill all the requirements for its activation. But Rainer did it. And even twice, in just 1 minute. This meant only one thing. The ordinary guy from the village became a real hero. Harold realized that he was in a hurry when he considered him disappointment. He quietly put the suspension in the Rainer's hand and said that they would have to meet again. There will be a deadly battle for them, which will depend on the future of the whole world. Harold won, and Kaido, watching the battle, realized this guy surpassed everything he was waiting for him. While the audience was quickly heading to the exit, Colette, excited, tried to get to her friend. She even stumbled, but still got to him. When the girl noticed Harold, she was surprised. She was not sure how to behave. In the end, Harold interrupted the silence and carefully asked why she decided to give that suspension. All this concerned Rainer. He then remembered how he once asked her to hand over the decoration to the one who could become her true defender. And now she, among all the possible ones, has chosen this role, the most grabbed guy from the village. But Colette was not going to give up. She confidently said she believed in her friend. Rainer is not a slightly, and he will do his best to protect it. Harold just smiled and advised to use this weak protection. He said a guy like Rainer is the perfect company for a shy girl. Colette was indignant and asked why he said such terrible words and accuses her for no reason. After a short pause, Harold replied that she may have already felt on herself, which means being weak and defenseless to those who are stronger. Even if she was still a child at the time, Colette was very ill with these tough words, but she did not allow herself to cry. Wipe her eyes, she quietly went in search of her best friend Rainer. She went to the hospital and saw him. He had already come to his senses after a serious defeat. The girl smiled and immediately asked how he felt. Paulette wondered if Rainer still intends to protect her all his life, because he may have others. But Rainer was angry and firmly promised that he would never leave it, and even the defeat would not change it. Hearing these words, Colette was genuinely glad, and asked not to consider her weak only because of the defeat of Mr. Harold, because the next time she would surely win. But Rainer was interested in where she knew Harold so well, because they never saw before, and in the tournament he used another name. Colette did not hide anything, and sincerely told how the heir of the Stew family helped her and her mother to escape. It was he who gave her the pendant of the Order of the Night, which then Colette handed over to the Reiner. The guy did not expect his opponent to become an aristocrat. He immediately realized that Harold hid in some special force, because how he was holding it was really striking. Reiner recalled how that man was always harsh and serious. For goodbye, he gave two important advice. Either to leave his dream to become a knight, or to give herself to this matter and never give up, even if he has to risk his own life. Colette was upset because she thought that the Reiner was very worried about this situation. However, Reiner reassured her. Harold was not a reproach. He said it to cheer him up. The girl never realized to the end of what really happened, but she was surprised by the changes in her friend. From now on, Reiner inspired only one goal: to become better than Harold. However, Reiner was still feeling pain, so Colette called her doctor and Mr. Orbel. She asked Reiner to relax and promised that he had already done everything he could. He didn't need to worry anymore. When Colette remained in the ward herself, she felt calm and confidence. She knew that her friend was already very strong, and over time it would become even more powerful. Meanwhile, in the middle of Kato Street, he came across Harold and Itsuki. Smiling lightly, he looked at the aristocrat cunningly and suggested that he join the city order. Feeling responsible for the young Harold, Izuki went out in advance and asked the stranger who he was. But Kaido just smiled mysteriously and called himself a Knight of the Order of Life. Izuki was difficult to believe it, so he did not lose vigilance. At this point, Kaido asked not to judge him by appearance, because in his soul, he is a bold and loyal knight. After that, he once again invited Harold to join the Order of the Night, praising his skill in battle. He said that he had not seen anything better for a long time, and added that such a talent should not be in vain. All this began to annoy Harold. But most of all, he was wondering where Kaido learned about his participation in the tournament, because his real name was not disclosed. Kaido showed a true trick. He noted that Harold himself told himself when he confessed that he was only a warm-up for him. This meant that Harold was actually preparing for a much more serious test. Harold immediately forbade him to turn to him the name he used during the tournament. He strictly ordered Kaido to remain silent about it and remember his real name, because it is important in this game. Izuki was upset because he sincerely thought that everyone would like his fictional name. However, such words were only more angered by Harold. He even threatened to break his neck who invented it. Kaido was just surprised by such a stormy reaction. Sleegi suggested to calm down and go to a quiet place where you can calmly chat and drink something for rest, because staying on the street is not very suitable for conversations. Sitting at the table, Kaido asked Harold why he came up with a fictional name and cheated his parents to get to the tournament. Harold replied that he just wanted to experience his own strength. Kaido smiled and refused, explaining that his previous rival, a red-haired guy with his sword, was surprisingly strong, and he was also offered to join the Knight Order. Kaido became angry with the young aristocrat in his own words, but he quickly apologized, explaining that he did not want to offend anyone. Harold himself disappeared himself, so he had to look for someone else for this role. He shared the story of how Reiner met in the hospital. Reiner without hesitation agreed to join the Knights. Looking at the expression of Harold, Kaido realized that he was really admiring his only real rival. Kaido, watching the duel, came to the conclusion that Harold as if intentionally taught Reiner in battle, and Reiner watched his movements closely and tried to repeat every blow. From the very beginning, it was reminiscent of abuse. Harold did not even enjoy its speed, calmly took strokes, easily steam or evaded, as if smiling with a mockery. Thanks to his actions, he pressed the opponent against the wall and made him open his true strength. The secret plan knew only Harold himself. Izuki asked Kaido, as he was going to arrange Harold in the order, if he is only 13, and accepted there only from the age of 16. Kaido denied this, that exceptions often occur in life, and told about his acquaintance Vincent, who became a knight at 4 years old. Izuki was not easy to put up with the violation of the rules, because he always followed the instructions. But Kaido explained that special talents sometimes deserve exceptions. Kaido again addressed Harold and explained that, having become part of the order, he would be able to fight evil, protect justice, and participate in important missions. Harold calmly replied that he himself the embodiment of evil, so he did not trust the ideals of the order. However, he still agreed to accept their proposal to achieve his own goal. Izuki still couldn't understand why he would agree if the parents were still against. But Harold explained to him that the members of the order are involved in risky tasks, and this is a great opportunity for everyone to become better and get new skills. Everything is simple with parents. There will be no problem. My dad serves in the army, and at one time he dreamed of joining the order. It is more honorable than being in the army, because the order is governed by the king himself. If I get there, our family will only add authority. Izuki thought that Harold is acting for his family. However, the guy himself denied it. He lives only for himself and is guided only by his own desires. When he returned home, he struck his father with unexpected news. He said that he joined the order. He shared how he accidentally met a group of drunks, and it was then that someone noticed his ability and offered to join to become another person. As he suspected, his parents met this news with joy. They called him the pride of the Stokes family, and immediately wanted to arrange a real holiday. After talking to his parents, Harold met with Norman and Jake to discuss further actions. He told his friends that he would go to the capital in a week, so he would now have to do farming. Zen wanted to ask his questions, but Harold interrupted him and let him say anything. And Norman and Jake have agreed to exchange letters, because the path is far from the capital, and the answers will have to wait a long time. Harold said that this is not so important, but if you suddenly appear, then you should contact the Sumerega family. He will warn them in advance. Zen, having heard such words, did not restrain indignation, because he knew that the Knights of the Order often travel to dangerous and inaccessible places. But Harold did not bother. However, Zen did not give up, and said that Harold was too important to put his danger. What will happen to everyone if Harold dies during a task? But Harold suddenly interrupted him, and strictly called a fool. He asked, why did he not worry when he was daily dangerous by destroying monsters? He could also die, but still alive. Zen noted that the simple tasks for the destruction of monsters do not make you a real knight. He said knighthood is a much more risky business. Hearing this, Harold immediately hit him and strictly ordered not to whine in advance. He mockingly suggested that he himself went to this dangerous mission. Maybe then he would be able to save his valuable owner, but as it should be expected, he refused. Harold ended the conversation and advised everyone to return to his duties. Norman and Jake tried to reassure Zen, and Harold remained silent. Zen exploded, but in his words there was a lot of truth. Harold understood it well, though he did not show it, because he did not want to lose his image of a restrained aristocrat. According to the plot of the game, Harold had to join the Order of 16. However, before that he was preparing for difficult adventures and learned to fight the monsters, so he just unfolded the events. But if you think about what the hero is generally the Order, finding a clear answer is not easy. The Order has always been the embodiment of strength and glory. But perhaps the real Harold just wanted to prove his power and deserve the respect of others. But the real Harold never gave up in the game. After 2 defeats from Rainer, he only wanted to win more, but later could not stand the pressure of justice and destroyed himself. In other words, he spent all his life in battles, but never sought to direct his power for good deeds. His deeds were fueled by envy and pride. He hid true weakness in a demonstrative power. Soon a servant entered the room and reported that everything was ready for the feast. Hearing this, Harold decided to finally visit his home, just a few days after the admission to the Order. Harold had already said goodbye to his strict parents, and it seemed to him that this farewell, forever. During his journey, he finally reached the majestic capital of Amagil. The city stretched on a large hill, and the higher it rose, the more gorgeous and beautiful the buildings were around. He has never seen anything like this. Aircraft floated in the sky, and luxury and wealth were everywhere around, shown on every building. It was difficult to even imagine what the price of all this wealth has. Harold got to the destination and decided to wait a little. His anticipation did not fail. An old friend approached him a few minutes. Kato noted that their meeting took place before he imagined. But Harold quickly made it clear that he had not come to a personal conversation, but for a clear purpose, to join the Order. Kaido, as always, smiled and charming, assuring everyone that he always adheres to his promises. However, Harold knew well that Kaido was not one who could be trusted and did not believe any of his words. While they went to the Order of the Night, Kato did not constantly hide his admiration for Harold. He could not imagine that he would meet such a gifted warrior again. The young aristocrat guessed that Kaido was talking again about that incredible knight guy who joined the Order in his 14th. Earlier, Kaido had already mentioned him. Kaido was surprised that Harold never heard about this famous person, because the glory of him flew not only in the capital, but also in other cities. The legend was Vincent van Westport himself, the current head of the Holy Order of Knights. His name was so known that everyone heard about him. At that time, Vincent sat in his office, exhausted with routine paperwork. Feeling fatigue, he decided to walk a little and ask Shannon whether a group workout was planned today. But the careful assistant immediately explained that no workouts are provided today. Vincent could not understand why the Kato team gathered in the yard. It was at this point that the cabinet door opened and a loud and cheerful Shakido broke into the room. He greeted the head of the order loudly, and Vincent wondered without any surprise what was happening below. He immediately reported that he was planning to take an entrance exam for a very talented beginner. This is exactly what his whole team gathered. Vincent allowed the exam, but warned that it was without unnecessary problems. Kaido just laughed in response and said that he could not guarantee anything. He would solve a newcomer. But he promised that Vincent himself would be interesting to look at this show. The noisy exclamations of the knight caused only surprise to the head of the order, but he could not but be interested. Who is this mysterious newcomer? And Shannon only muttered that Kato, as always, screams for the whole hall. Vincent has long been accustomed to Kaido's behavior. He has always been loved and loved to be in the spotlight. However, no one complained, so everything was considered the norm. Shannon agreed, although she still believed that the order commander was treating this unpredictable knight too indulgent. Vincent understood it, but only sighed quietly without saying a word. He remembered how Kaido brought to the order in his time, where he did not like it. Although Vincent himself often seemed alien. Meanwhile, Harold was waiting for the start of the test. He mentioned the captain of Vincent, but decided not to level with him only because he reached so much at such a young age. In the capital of Vincent was considered a person who was respected, and even called a living legend. But only 4 years after the battle in the Belta Forest, as the order began to lose its power, and Kaido left the service, hatching everyone who represented the law. In the future, it will end tragically. Vincent, the brave leader of the knights, will die at the hand of his best friend, becoming a victim of treacherous betrayal. Meanwhile, Harold has already been tired of waiting for Kato somewhere. Other knights paid attention to the guy and began to ask why he was here. Harold annoyed them to go on their way, but they did not stay. They began to cap, laugh, and ask who he and why it looked so angry. Finally, Kaido appeared and stopped all unnecessary questions. The knights moved instantly to the system to congratulate their commander, and Harold did not restrain and expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that Kato was not so long. Kaido did not tell where he was. He waved, they say. He had important things. Harold jokingly suggested that he just went to the toilet. The intrigued knights began to question who the new commander brought with them. Although Kato had a high status, the knights did not restrain themselves and began to cap from Harold, calling him the commander's extramarital son. In response, Harold ordered them to stop, because he barely held back their anger. Kato said that he brought the young man to whom they would need to compete with, because it was this guy who can become a new candidate for the order. Both Harold and the knights were surprised. Is this young guy that is the same talented newcomer whom everyone was talking about? He seemed much younger than they imagined. However, the commander has fully trusted the talent of the young aristocrat, and assured that it was not necessary to underestimate him. Harold himself did not even suspect the test. He was convinced that he had already been counted. He did not understand how he should prove his skills. Everything was already shown in the tournament. But the prospect of getting together with several warriors did not frighten him. After all, Kaido ordered to fight full. He then announced the reward. If someone wins Harold, he would receive a letter of recommendation and an opportunity to get an increase. This generous proposal was immediately interested in all those present. The knights realized that something was wrong here, but Kaido reminded them who they were, and called not to be frightened by a 13-year-old boy. He said it was time to prove his power. Kato said such words that everyone had doubts and curiosity at the same time. He incited them, they say, show what they can. Let the little one cry and run to mom. Harold just merged and looked angry. In the end, Kaido people agreed to fight. Harold saw in their eyes a new determination. The words of the commander really added to them courage. However, the young man believed in his capabilities. He decided not to lose his chance and try himself in battle with strong rivals, because in the tournament, he never managed to show everything he was capable of. Kaido wished Harold success and recalled that he should not be summed up, because he suggested it here. In response, the young aristocrat called the commander a fool. Kaido did not hear these words, and Harold thanked the opportunity with annoyance. The commander did not understand the irony and felt pride, because he was convinced that he really gave the boy a chance. Harold felt an excitement in his chest, the same as in the fight with Izuki. Strong opponents awakened in it a real excitement, while the fighting with the monsters has not been pleased for a long time. Harold in his true body again felt a thirst for battle. He felt hero of the game and confidently challenged the knights, calling them not to hesitate and boldly attack him. One of the knights asked Kaido whether the real and the reward, which was discussed. The commander replied that only those who will overcome the newcomer will receive raising and special privileges. The first rival asked Harold, explaining that he could not miss this opportunity. The young man had nothing left to do with defeat and find out what life is. But Harold only scornfully threw that he was a pathetic fool, and added, "They say," he would still thank him when he crawled back into his room, trying to heal his own wounds. At this time, Kaido climbed to the balcony and strictly forbade everyone to fight with each other. He then loudly gave a signal before the battle. Without a second, the first opponent immediately rushed forward with a heavy sword to attack. Harold has not lost its self-control. When the right moment came, he skillfully beat the blow, retreated sideways and struck a strong counterattack, which was why the knight was forced to retreat. Everyone was stunned by a lightning victory. Even Kaido could not believe his eyes. No one hoped that Harold would overcome such an experienced warrior with one blow, and the young man just thought that now he should treat him with respect. Kaido tried to bring the knight to his senses, but all the attempts were in vain. He was concerned about his condition. He immediately ordered the doctor to call. In the meantime, Harold was already calling the next brave to get his portion. Then another experienced knight came out against the hero. But this time he acted more carefully and was able to withstand during the first attacks of the young aristocrat. The warrior was moving quickly, but even his wide blows could not catch up with Harold. Harold showed incredible agility and raised its level at every moment. Kaido watched the battle with enthusiasm. Even experienced soldiers in heavy armor could not move so quickly and deftly. Meanwhile, Harold, not even giving him something threatening, he turned to the enemy with a smile. "Is it really all the power that the famous knights of the order are capable of?" His words hurt the warrior. Forgetting care, he rushed forward, decided to calm the cheeky boy immediately. However, it was only one link in the intricate trap. Harold watched the enemy and remembered how he once fought with the monsters. Then he did not even imagine that people could act as predictably. Usually people get used to new circumstances, but this knight behaved like a hero from a regular computer game. In Brave Hearts, this enemy was considered an ordinary, middle-level knight. The characters of the game have always coped with such opponents. Reflecting a few more attacks, Harold thought with a smile that this so-called cool knight was actually a common failure that could not even protect himself from a simple guy. Harold's smug smile even more broke out his opponent. He specially continued to humiliate him, and even other knights have already begun to feel tension. But the senior warrior created a magical circle unexpectedly. Harold immediately recognized water magic, an effective weapon that fighters of this class often use. The knight really had a water blow technique, but this technique was too predictable, so there was nothing special in it. The young aristocrat used his magic lightly and reflected a water attack, thus striking his opponent, who did not expect such a reaction from the young man at all. Harold acted as the main rule. If you oppose the opponent in the same element as he can repel his spell. However, few people are able to determine in advance what magic is used by the enemy. The fury-covered knight decided that the previous bad luck is only a misunderstanding. Now, wanting to impress the guy, he began to create a new spell, this time connected with the flames. But after the second reflection, he finally understood. It is no longer a coincidence. It was difficult for him to realize how this young guy could so easily predict his every movement. Harold called him a worthless failure and challenged him. If he really is a warrior, let him show something of his own instead of just copying the coach. The knight, full of fierce rage, rushed into the attack, using all his strength. However, he could not catch up with the skillful movements of the enemy again. Harold easily evaded, then struck and knocked it down. Kaido was delighted. He saw a new talented young man in Harold, who reminded him of Vincent. And Harold was already stuck from the battle, and suggested that the elite group attack him together, because competing with them one at one time became uninteresting for him. Vincent, along with Shan, looked at the guy with surprise with his assistant. The head of the order could not believe that he was faced with a real master in the martial arts. Vincent thought that the guy acted as accurately as if every movement of opponents always predicted. He was able not only to beat the blows, but also to instantly move into a counterattack, as if he knew the next step of the enemy in advance. Despite the fact that the knights had a special battle technique, no one could understand how the ordinary guy was able to capture her without failing to the order. Even encountered with several knights, he still failed to fully absorb all their techniques. This caused Vincent alarming anticipation, and he decided to find out more. The captain of the Holy Order expressed suspicion that the guy may be a spy of enemies who want to destroy the Order from the middle. Therefore, Vincent asked Shanna to gather all the data about the fighting that happened over the last 10 years. Even the most inseparable clashes could be important. Shanna noted that such an analysis would take a long time, but Vincent decided to take up the most important battles, and all less significant instructed to her. Despite everything, the captain did not lose hope that he could be wrong about the newcomer. He may not have an enemy, but really has a real talent. Kido showed Herald order for several days, asking for a delay, and reminded that he had already been paid for the hostel. He then led Herald to a joint dining room. Here everyone could eat ordinary food for free, but if they wanted to eat delicacies, they had to pay separately. Nearby were a training room and a recreation room, and a little further, a meeting room, as well as the housing of the captain and his deputy from the Holy Order. Kido also spent new to the large barracks, where veterans lived on the second floor. He warned Herald that it was important to remember not to confuse the floors. Finally, the commander brought him to the room, introduced him to all, and said that Gerold is now a full member of the 92nd Unit. The young man behaved remotely and cool, asking for new comrades not to interfere with him during future trials and fights. Other boys only looked at him in surprise, not immediately realizing how the beginner says. Suddenly, a girl with a loud voice appeared and reminded the lieutenant that he had forgotten his shape. The lieutenant apologized, recognizing her mistake. The girl had to work even during a break. After that, he made a remark to the veterans and ordered them to return to their floor immediately. The veterans told that they were curious, causing such a noise, so they came to look at their own eyes. They had no evil intentions and went away quickly. Kido remained calm, and the knights praised Herald for his brilliant exam, even though they did not see it. He looked boldly and said, "If they really think that he is better, then let him face the top." In these words, he only made everyone more around. The knights advised him to behave more modestly with experienced warriors. But the aristocrat replied that he was not going to respect those who, in his opinion, were not worth it. The girl could not believe in such boldness. Lieutenant Kido asked everyone to keep calm and said he realized why the novice reacted so much. Then he added that first, as usual, everyone should call themselves. The first to talk was a slender knight named Robinson. Behind him was a low young man named Saito, and followed by a girl who called herself Aaron. There was almost nothing known in the game about these characters. There were only a few short phrases about everyone on the screen. Shadow asked Herald whether he was fine, and Aaron advised to be more polite. However, the guy replied self-confidence that he would not be slammed only because someone is a little older than him. Aaron became angry, but Kido quickly pulled her away. Robinson and Shido looked at the determined guy, did not deny, and simply wished him success. Meanwhile, Herald thought. He remembered that these three were doomed. They were already in death in the game, and their fate was predetermined. A few years later, Kido will decide to leave the Order and establish his own gang, which he will call Guild Gang. This step will be pushed by the events that will happen after a terrible tragedy in the Bitis Forest. The whole team will be trapped, and only Kido can survive. Having lost the desire to serve the law, he will decide to leave the Order forever. During one of the events in the game, Kido recalls the names of his fallen friends. Among them were Robinson, Saito, and Aaron. Herald thought for a moment. The battle will only happen in a year, and in order to have time to join the detachment, he is already lacking time. He understood that he would not be able to influence the course of events. The guy tried to find another way out, but did not understand how to help those with whom he was almost unknown. It seemed to him that these people would not really be able to escape. He knew the place where the tragedy would occur, and it could help. But everything was different with Clara. He clearly remembered every detail of her history. The most important thing, if these three remained alive, Kido would not have left the Order. And without his team, many important events in the game would simply not happen. Herald realized that if he intervened in the creation of Guild, he could completely destroy the main story. This will lead to a real disaster. He was faced with a choice, to agree with the death of 3 knights or to change the course of history, and to save Robinson, Saito, and Aaron. A few days passed, and Shanna made a detailed report on all the fighting, as Vincent asked. The captain sincerely thanked her for his work, and took to investigate Herald. Soon, Vincent conveyed Kido's list of knights who were going to go to the round. Seeing this, Herald immediately wanted to join them. The lieutenant was surprised, and did not understand what it was necessary for. But Vincent explained that he wants Herald to join Kiro's detachment. Kido first did not want to take a newcomer, because he did not go through training and did not oath. but Vincent suggested making everything easier, to conduct an intense 2-week course for Harold, after which he can become a real knight. The lieutenant agreed but immediately noted that other knights would most likely remain dissatisfied. Vincent predicted everything. Harold will be wary through his youth. The commander explained that this young aristocrat has a unique power, so he can make an exception to the usual rules and accelerate his entry into the order. In the end, Kido made this difficult decision and promised to do everything possible to advance Harold, but only if there is a real reason. Vincent was surprised how quickly he agreed. The lieutenant still grumbled under his nose, not understanding why he is so trying for a beginner, even if he promises. Vincent looked at the guy's dossier carefully and decided to find out what Kido's opinion about his combat skills. After a short pause, Kido confessed that he was delighted from their first meeting, because he did not think that the guy could fight so much. Vincent felt like this, so he decided to find out who taught Harold to these amazing techniques, and for what purpose he appeared here. In addition, Harold belonged to a noble family. The captain said that he had received the news. Harold was accused of killing his lover's family. Such things cannot be ignored. Kido advised to be careful and not trust the gossip without evidence. But the commander decided that Harold should be kept under close control to make sure of his kindness and honesty. He instructed this important business only Kido. Of course, the lieutenant did not want to become a warden and lose his peace. He believed that such strict requirements were too for a regular beginner. Vincent said he could not be blindly trusted because it can be trouble. Once upon a time, the king's guard was betrayed by the order. Once upon a time, one spy watched the other kingdoms, but when he was exposed, he immediately deprived his life. So remained a mystery who was his real master and what information he had time to ship. Because of this, every capable beginner here is treated with extreme caution. Vincent said he fully trusts Kido and seeks Harold to grow up with a decent person. However, in his opinion, it is important to act carefully. The lieutenant agreed with this. Vincent and Kido occupied important posts, but it did not prevent them from staying friends. Kido has always been frivolous, while the captain was characterized by responsibility and often advised a comrade at least occasionally to take more seriously. But the lieutenant just grumbled, like a small child who wants to complain more than to listen to adult advice. When Kido went to decide his affairs, Vincent thanked him sincerely. After all, despite his lightness, Kido was the person who can really trust. At this time, the young aristocrat Harold was busy. He carried a lot of clothing on his own, spending many hours. Each morning in the order began at 5. He trained for 2 hours without stopping. After that, there was breakfast, then he cleaned and ironed his clothes. And when the lunch passed, he was waiting for another workout. A week has passed since he joined the order. Harold did not feel tired, but he annoyed that he had no time for personal training. One day, when Harold was engaged in his business, 3 arrogant guys approached him. They planned to study him and show who the chief here, demanding from Harold more respect for the elders. But the young aristocrat was not at all scared. He called them fools who only disgrace Vincent's name and waste their time. It was a great deal of the boys, but suddenly Harold disappeared so quickly that they did not have time to notice it. 3 stunned could only watch him run away. They shouted after him, "Stop!" But Harold just waved them away from them and wondered why the captain allowed such behavior in the order. Harold went to the dining room and immediately noticed how others were throwing neglect. He decided not to approach them and stayed away, trying not to attract attention. The only one who came to him and wanted to talk was Robinson. Robinson came to the company of friends, Cedo and Ayla. They decided to make Harold the company at lunch. For the guy, this unexpected visit was a maze and scared him a little. Robinson said that they noticed how Harold was dinner and decided to join him, because experienced knights should support the younger ones. In response, Harold advised Robinson to take care more about himself because, except for 2 of his friends, he does not maintain a relationship with anyone. From these words, the giant was upset. Cedo explained that the team was bypassing Robinson because he was scared of his considerable dimensions. Even Ayla, having shown his attention, lifted him a napkin. Harold did not expect such a gesture of care. He cheered Robinson and said, "If everyone is so afraid, let them continue to be afraid, even better." And only then did he realize that he first spoke humanly. Harold spoke so warmly that Robinson was feeling and thanked him for his support. At that moment, Harold realized another supporter appeared, who seems to have dared to confess his feelings. But Ayla still remained annoyed. Cedo explained that he understands the situation. Harold always had a servant and here everything else. Now he should seek support from friends. Harold advised not to rush with the promises because their company was quite noisy. but Sito just laughed and replied that they would definitely find common ground and become friends. Ayla did not stay and said that she should not treat others from above. She added that he was far to the ideal in communication, and if he continues to speak with all that tone, he will not have friends. But Sito quickly answered, remembering that Ayla did not like to make acquaintance. Ayla was angry and launched a fork. Harold calmly added that he is not interested in a romantic relationship at all. At this point, a lieutenant approached the company. Hearing part of the conversation, he suddenly said that a guy who has already had a bride should not take new courtship. Such words were surprised and caught by surprise. Harold fell to a cry and turned to Sito, asking who this fool was spreading gossip about his private life. Sito immediately picked up, requiring explanations and more details. Kaido, smiling, began to talk about a girl who seemed like a true embodiment of beauty and elegance. But Harold promptly interrupted him, ordered to remain silent, and immediately explain where he received this information from. Sito could no longer tolerate. He grabbed Harold by his hand and forced him to tell the whole truth. Everyone was surprised that the young aristocrat had such deep feelings. Ayla was heard from Heard, and Robinson remained silent. When the lieutenant graduated from his special operation, he gladly watched how Harold was angry, wished everyone not quarreling, and quietly left the dining room. But Harold was not going to leave it just. It was 2 weeks after Harold became a newcomer when he was unexpectedly invited to take the last exam. It seemed strange to the boy, but the head coach explained, Harold is too strong and he no longer needed the usual training. The young man just smiled with a corner of his lips. He realized it for a long time during the entrance exam. Well, now the instructor realized it. Although Harold faced too confidently, the mentor was not offended. He simply promised to pray for his success. But in his thoughts, the young aristocrat did not take these words seriously, because he always relied on his own strength. Leaving the office, Harold felt a heavy stone falling from his soul. In fact, he was very worried inside. Because of his arrogance, he managed to make many detractors. Who knows, perhaps one day someone will try to sneak up to him at night and take revenge until he sleeps. Harold was an experienced monster hunter and had a great force. But he could not understand why they suddenly decided to take the final exam. But if he makes it, he will finally receive freedom and no one will follow every step. The next day, the examination of the exam. Harold was dissatisfied with learning that he would always be accompanied by a smiling Lieutenant Kido. Lieutenant Sakris conducted the exam, and next to him were the junior lieutenants Salim and Knight Lucas. All participants had to demonstrate their best skills. Harold was tasked with going wild with Kaido detachment. According to the map, he was already waiting for the monsters. His mission was clear, to destroy everyone without exception. Since no one had any questions, the boy was given the task of collecting food. Kido cheered him in a good mood, advising not to waste time and do everything right. Harold annoyed the idea of hunting with this stupid detachment. He believed that he would have done the task perfectly. The young man tried not to think of inconvenience. One of the knights asked if it is difficult for a beginner to go in armor, and whether everything is fine with him. Harold, as always, said that he would only need a healer if suddenly he becomes completely bad from the heat. Kido was holding around all the time. He knew well about all their previous tasks. Harold asked where Kido received such information. It looked suspiciously. The lieutenant pretended not to understand what it was about, and asked not to consider him as a fool. Kido deliberately provoked Harold, having a real pleasure from it when he was angry with him. But 2 huge monsters grew suddenly in front of them. The huge trees of anger, despite their size, moved very quickly. The knights were surprised, meeting them right here. The commander quickly navigated and ordered everyone to prepare for battle, and the newcomer left behind. It was very angry with Harold. The commander reported that these monsters had not been here, so the exam will have to be postponed. However, Harold was angry. He believed that unpredictable dangers should remain part of the test. He confidently said that he would deal with the monsters and can take the test further. The commander did not argue and ordered Kido to move to the next beast. The knights only smiled, clapped Harold on his shoulder and advised not to worry. They recalled that the main thing is to be careful and cautious, and if something is not gone, it is better to run. Everyone pretended not to do they really, and suddenly Harold felt unexpected thanks to them. Now, understanding all the responsibility, he hurried to cope with the monster as soon as possible, because he felt the views directed at him. Harold carefully came closer and noticed the monster suddenly waved his branches. Only in the last second of Harold managed to evade sideways. One of the knights shouted Harold to be more attentive and moving even faster. However, despite all the danger, Harold felt that everything was developing as he conceived. Understanding when to act, the guy caused the punch of Phoenix. His accurate blow dispelled the deadly breath of the monster. Experienced knights could not believe in Harold's courage and ingenuity. Meanwhile, the guy took advantage of the right moment. He quickly climbed a broken branch, approaching the monster. Going very close, he turned on his magical fire sword, and within a moment, the flames swept the angry tree. This striking victory has once again proved how strong it is. After this battle, the detachment moved further through the endless desert, destroying all the monsters that stood on the way. In the evening, the knights staged a halt. They lifted glasses, celebrating the success of the mission and the brilliant Harold. Such attention only annoyed the newcomer himself. As you could guess, the knights are always happy to drink. Harold reminded everyone that although they had won the monsters, the exam was not over until they returned to the city. But it was not a barrier for them. One of the knights promised to arrange a real holiday when they return. Harold only had to nod it back, because they had long decided without him. While the knights were gaining strength during rest, Lieutenant Sacras reported a report. In it, he emphasized the power of Harold, his rapid habitation to the Kido detachment, and the ability to get along well with the team. Sacras was especially noted when Harold himself, only because of his agility and magic, was defeated by Ent. Even the lieutenant himself would not be able to repeat such a feat. No one has doubt. Harold is quite capable of becoming the most powerful knight in the history of the Order. His superiority was not a manifestation of weakness, but rather a testimony of undeniable confidence in his own power. Yet, Sacras thought that the bold behavior of the boy lies something else, because he communicates with people who he is not too liked, which means that in fact he is not at all as it seems. In his report, the lieutenant carefully told how Harold communicates with his comrades on the detachment, and stressed that he did not see any reason to evaluate it negatively. The next morning, the detachment went on the road to the capital. Sacras was convinced that by the evening they would be on the spot, but still warned everyone did not lose vigilance. Suddenly Lucas noticed something unusual. He saw the first dark cloud in the distance. The detachment stopped. Everyone began to follow the cloud, which was constantly closer. The knights gathered together and began to discuss the mysterious red smoke cloud. She was moving carefully, as if someone was directing her. Everyone thought it could be a warning about the approach of the monster. A few minutes passed. It was still calm. However, some of the attendees have wondered. This silence may hide something meaningful or even threatening. Sacras asked Harold whether he had heard earlier about this phenomenon. But the guy just warned. It is not time to lose vigilance, because the cloud can absorb everything that will happen in her way. The lieutenant decided to personally inspect the cloud himself, and he ordered his knights to stay on the spot and be ready. Suddenly, the cloud rushed forward and almost reached Sacras. Harold shouted and ordered everyone to lie down to the ground immediately, but the commander still did not dare to act. It was only through the rapid reaction of Harold that the lieutenant managed to save. Kido stood aside, struck by events, and did not dare to interfere. He just watched. No one could understand what was happening, but it became clear to everyone the red cloud was aggressive. Sacras managed to avoid death only thanks to Harold. The lieutenant was shocked, sincerely thanked Harold for saving his life. But the guy just waved his hand and advised the officer to better watch the security of his unit. At the same moment, the black cloud scattered a few fragments, and the detachment was trapped on all sides. People did not know what they were in front of them, but everyone was set to fight to the end. Harold fell from the place and rushed to the first enemy, waving his sword. The blade was deep, but the wound was immediately delayed. The enemy was invulnerable to physical attacks. The knights could not believe their eyes. Their weapons did not work. The strikes did not change anything, and the enemy was too strong. The young knight Ayla was frightened and lost, not knowing how to proceed. Robinson advised to retreat, but it did not make sense. They were already trapped. The lieutenant realized that now is not the time to panic. Harold called all the cowards, accusing that they were only talking instead of acting, and ordered to move forward immediately if they did not want to die. He also suggested using the spear, but even powerful magic could not completely destroy the enemy. In response, he released even more unrestrained flame. Finally, all the knights realized that it is impossible to place all the responsibility only on the beginner. Gathering together, they prepared for a clash with a terrible enemy. Kido used a magical water spent, and it suddenly eventually died. Inspired, Sacras also tried to attack water magic. However, this effect did not last long. The enemy only slowed down for a moment, and then quickly returned his strength. Harold realized that each of the opponents has a special weakness to a certain element. The lieutenant praised him for his wit, but Harold interrupted him, grossly called a fool, and advised to use magic more often, not just to speak. Kido listened to the advice and undertook to prepare the next attack. And Sakras, meanwhile, instructed Lucas to impose protective spells on the whole team to be prepared for any surprises. Kido called on the power of air. Sakras released a bright pillar of fire, and Harold ended the battle, attacking the enemy with a magical thunderous spear. A powerful joint blow finally destroyed enemies. However, even after the victory, the knights remained alert without trusting the silence around. Harold exhaled with relief. The enemies were no longer shown. The lieutenant bypassed his fighters and made sure that everyone remained unharmed, from which a lightweight smile appeared on his face. He realized that they all remained alive only thanks to Harold. If it were not for the guy, the detachment would have suffered losses, and the first would have to die. The lieutenant recalled what Gerold had told him, and suddenly felt a sharp sense of guilt. He did not pay attention to the warning and did not cope with his duty. After a short pause, Sakras dropped his bow to the recruiter, thanked him for his support, and apologized to him that he had subjected such a danger. However, Harold remained calm. He explained that it is impossible to predict everything in advance, but it is necessary to act carefully. The lieutenant remembered these words well, and finally trusted the young man. The commanders have never met such creatures before, so they decided to look for answers in the old archives. Harold only had to pretend that he also knew nothing. Fortunately, soon everyone calmed down. Harold understood perfectly. The detachment met with a horrible threat that everyone knew as a cloud of darkness. This creature was the birth of a dark power capable of destroying a whole continent. He could not understand why it happened right now, because such clouds had to emerge only closer to the middle of the game plot. And here they appeared in the prologue. It doesn't matter when it appeared. It was a monster from the beginning in this world. The plan of justice only woke him up. Harold realized that he had almost no time. The events began to develop much earlier than Harold expected. He could not understand at all at what point everything came out of control. Now everything around has become unpredictable. He may have relaxed too much and not noticed an important moment. He remembered from the original that the elixir of asthma was invented by one of the protagonist's friends. Later, the Sumergi family improved this tool and made it accessible to everyone. Although accession to the order was an important event, it has now become clear. There are many unknown details in this game. Harold may be influenced by how everything happens, but he tried to keep peace. It could only be a guess. It is too early to worry. First, you need to make sure that the justice plan has already been started. The final boss of the game, Justice Fruind, was once a scientist, whom many called the true genius. However, for the sake of his experiments, he did not stop before anything and was ready to sacrifice the whole world. Harold wondered if the events of this crazy plan would be unfolded. But it was here that Kido wondered that he had taken his attention. The commander agreed that the monster was really extraordinary, and noted that without Harold, they would not be able to overcome them. After that, he wondered if Harold met such creatures before. Harold pretended not to understand anything, but Kido immediately warned him not to pretend. He noticed that the young man easily identified the weaknesses of enemies, and only one who has true experience can do this. However, Harold decided that it was just a case, and noted that in battle it is most important to think of ahead, not just waving a sword. Kido agreed with him and praised for acute intuition. Harold laughed, and he did not restrain himself as usual. He called the commander a rat, and said that aristocrats in every drop of blood of talent more than ordinary people like Kido. Kido was not offended, but simply laughed and joked that Harold is a real brawler who always wants to lift others, and because of this he seems older than it really is. Harold was angry with Kido's arms, without sparing bitter words in his address. The commander was already starting to be angry, but calmly replied that he just wanted to cheer the boy. Harold quarreled Kido for being so carelessly with his ear and could not understand how Kido was going to behave like that. However, for all others, he remained only a talented guy. Harold was amazed at where Kido knew so much about him. So far, Kido only mentioned Eric, but this only made other knights suspect them even more. Although everything seemed simple, Kido did not trust the accidents. He understood that the ability to withstand an unfamiliar enemy was not only a happy accident. Returning after the exam, Harold found time for his own training and decided to immediately improve his skills. No matter how much he tries, exceeding his own results in jumping and running he could not manage. In the end, he stumbled, fell, and angry. Harold felt incredible fatigue, so he decided to sit down and rest. He became more and more difficult to do ordinary things, and it was terribly upsetting him. According to one thing, while moving at such a pace, he will not be able to achieve that image of the perfect Harold from the game. The young aristocrat felt that time was flying incredibly quickly. He was still unable to find a way to approach the Justice, the main antagonist, to save him. In the game, the Laboratory of Justice was directly in the capital. According to the plot, the scientist regularly came to the palace to make reports. Using this, Harold decided to meet him at the gate of the city. But this thought immediately seemed stupid to him. He did not imagine what to do next after the meeting. If he tried to attack, he would be killed instantly. Sneak to Justice while he sleeps? It would be a futile business. Only he himself could stop this frantic. And would anyone listen to advice from the baby? A few minutes later, Shido appeared and asked in surprise why Harold was here. But Harold himself asked him a question. Then Shadow noted that he could understand when someone wants to work alone. But why choose such a weird place? Harold said that he did not want to get a target for the fools, though they seemed to have noticed him. After that, he asked why 3 came here with wooden swords. Friends worshipped and asked Harold to teach them fencing. The aristocrats smiled and praised them for understanding who before them. But immediately he warned that he would not waste his time. Sido recalled the moment when the monster felt full helplessness during the attack. He realized that the knight could not afford such weakness. That is why Sido decided to learn from Harold to become stronger. Isla remembered how she just stood, without helping, while everyone else fought. And Robinson felt shame, because it was he who suggested that then retreat. All 3 again asked Harold to teach them to fight the monsters. However, Harold himself did not understand why experienced knights wanted to learn from him, because he used only knowledge of the game. In addition, he knew they would all die in a year and a half. It was difficult for him because he could not open up and tell them the truth. Harold himself did not understand why he suddenly became so sensitive, but in his soul was a gratitude, a feeling that was alien to him. And now, he wanted to find a way to save Isla, a detachment of Kaido. Even if he was not sure whether it was right, Harold did not think for a long time and decided to take the risk of saving 3 good adventurers who believed him. But to help them, first it was necessary to become stronger. He suggested that they attack him. However, he immediately warned, "Do not wait for the mercy. To gain strength, you will have to go through pain. And if one of you is weak, it is better to run right away." Such words were angry with the Trinity, and they decided to show a cheeky newcomer who was chief here. So far, all executives gathered in the meeting room of the headquarters of the Knights. They were waiting for Vincent to talk about a new, very promising recruit. He immediately stressed that despite her young age, Harold has the same force as an experienced lieutenant. This is already confirmed in practice. During the battle with a mysterious monster, everyone noticed his true leadership. That is why they decided to take him to the combat detachment so that he could develop not only in training, but also in real combat missions. The Grand Master of the Order of the Holy Knights, Malastrum, accepted Vincent's plan, but honestly confessed that he had some hesitation about him. They may have hurried, because Harold is still very young. It is not easy for him to communicate with others, so he needs to give him more time for education and training. Paying tribute to Maelstrom's master, Vincent noted that his team is capable of much more than simply to follow the usual training. The master was interested in telling him about it in more detail. Captain Vincent recalled that in the entrance exam, Harold won all the examiners without much effort, and after that, many hid in his image. The report stated that Harold often teased other students, which was why there were constant disputes between them. In such an atmosphere, it is almost impossible to find knights who could teach his discipline and make an obedient soldier. The master decided that Vincent wanted to find a new team for a new one where he would be taken without prejudice. So it happened. The captain suggested that Harold would join Kaido detachment. Vincent said that Eli Kaido was the most open among all commanders of the order. Such a good and caring leader was difficult to find. Moreover, Kaido introduced Harold to the order, so he has to take care of him. In addition, the soldiers from his team were already talking to a newcomer and quickly found a common language with him. Lieutenant Sacris recalled how he watched it during the test, but the master of the order still felt anxiety. It was unclear why Harold was behaving so boldly, although he did not plan to interfere in this situation. Vincent took responsibility for the actions of the knights, promised that the perpetrators would be punished, and assured that such quarrels in the team would no longer happen. The master of the order trusted the captain and decided not to interfere. so he suggested returning to the main question. He wondered if Harold would become more disciplined and get rid of his aristocratic pride if he joins Kaido's detachment. Vincent asked him to let him agree, and said he was sure that this path would allow the beginner to fully reveal his abilities. He also promised that everyone would like the result. The master noted how much Harold made his impression on Vincent, and finally agreed to take him to the Kaido detachment. The captain sincerely thanked for the confidence. It was then that the Minister of War and the Royal Inspector of the Order, Harrison, appeared in the hall. He heard about the arrival of the newcomer and decided to find out what was happening. Everyone was stunned when such an important guest appeared. Vincent was alert and immediately asked what he came. Harrison sat down at the table and said he was already knowing what he was talking about. He needed information about Harold. He apologized for interfering and explained that the cause was very important. Everyone was confused. No one knew what the royal family sought. Only Vincent dared to contact the minister to explain the situation in more detail, because perhaps the order could help. As it turned out, Harrison was instructed to monitor the safety of boarders. This task was not particularly dangerous, but required a long trip. He needed to get to the farthest point at noon. Master Malastrum immediately spoke against. For the residents of the capital is a very difficult task. He believed that it was better to instruct everything locally. However, Harrison explained that the locals could no longer cope and asked for help. In the forest, Belta has become restless lately, but there are not enough border guards. Vincent was surprised because there were no official reports about these events. Harrison pretended not to understand how it all happened. But Vincent knew exactly. In the forest of Belta there was a mysterious race of the star. It was a very ancient but small nerve, who formed in the difficult conditions of many years of struggle for their existence. They chose life in separation from all over the world and carefully protected themselves from the influence of other people's cultures. It is almost impossible to penetrate their territory. Harrison explained that negotiations are now underway with the people of the star. He assured that no one was going to violate their rules. It is only a small request, so no problems should arise. He believed that the stubbornness of forest dwellers was told exaggerated. In his opinion, it is best to entrust this meeting to a talented newcomer who has just been discussed. Vincent wondered what it was necessary for, and the high-ranking official explained to him several reasons. The main one: Harold cannot be involved in risky tasks. This intelligence is just a light walk, without any clashes. Even if it is delayed, the newcomer will be able to get acquainted with the team better. Harrison described this simple task as a great opportunity for a beginner to gain experience and learn more about events at the border. However, Vincent suspected that the official was hiding something. He did not believe in such a candid care. Order officials were outraged by Harrison's actions. None of them could solve what this mysterious and cunning man actually guided. But Master Malastrum did not conflict with the representative of the royal power. He strictly forbade everyone to argue and noted that such words were not appropriate during an official meeting. Harrison expressed gratitude to the master for his firm beliefs, and then reminded that, as the chief commander of the army, he has the full right to give orders and insist on their performance. He added, "If someone does not like these rules, it is better to remain silent, because one careless word can disgrace the order, and then the king will have to take strict measures." He then addressed Vincent, wondering whether he had his comments or other suggestion. The captain stopped confusedly and asked him to give him some time to think. However, Harrison did not bother. As soon as the Star Tribe agrees, he immediately decided to collect a detachment. It was at least a month to consent, so there was enough time to reflect. Going out of the hall, Harrison advised Vincent to think about the service he provides him, because it is a great opportunity to show the power of the Order of Knights. The month passed, and Harold came from Tasca Sumeriga. He did not imagine that Erika's father wanted to tell him. In the end, everything was not so important. The old Tasuka simply showed the graphs of the effectiveness of a new way of cultivation of the earth, and asked Harold to share his thoughts on the future of this method. After reading the letter, Harold realized how difficult it was to find common ground with other people. Therefore, he decided to rely on the wisdom of Tasca and entrust him with all his worries. Now everyone was convinced that it was the Sumerigi family who invented a new way of agriculture, and then shared his knowledge with the Staux kind to strengthen friendship. Harold decided to write back and ask Tasik to sign even more contracts until other influential families have learned or took away this unique technology. At this point, the Root entered the room and handed an envelope. Harold thought that there could be the results of the final exam, and he was very interested. But before the leaf is screwed, he sincerely thanked the messenger. However, in passing, added that even medium-sized people sometimes come in handy. The messenger was upset, and, frightened by some more words, quickly disappeared from his eyes. In the meantime, Harold was eagerly unfolding the envelope for which he had been waiting for. The moon shone brightly in the sky. The aristocrat was certain that she was holding a letter with an invitation to a nightly detachment. However, he was aware. Many people consider him too unconscious so that he could become a true knight. Harold was not at all concerned with the opinion of other knights. Only one thing was the main thing for him: to stay in the order. A little more, and he learns what is written in the letter. When Harold read a letter, he was frustrated and fear. He did not expect such news. Lieutenant Kido, smiling, greeted the guy. Now Harold has officially become part of their detachment and will now be near them. Shadow, Robinson, and Ayla reacted with joy and decided to cooperate. At the same time, they emphasized that their experience deserves a little more respect. Lieutenant Kido suggested that Harold to spend him in his bed in the barracks, but the newcomer was so depressed that he had no desire to communicate with someone. Now everything has become clear. That anxious feeling during the exam was not in vain. He will have to go on a deadly task with a detachment that is already doomed. He now has a clear goal: to find a way to help save Robinson, Cedo, and Ayla. In doing so, he also has to take care of his own survival. At the same time, other knights thought he was just... Harold was nervous, but tried to take his hands. Before everything happens in the Belta forest, it remained all year long. It gave him time to prepare not only himself, but also others. And it was at this point that Lieutenant Kido reported another good news with a smile. The order decided to give a few detachments a 5-day vacation, and his detachment also got on the lucky list. Cedo did not believe in such generosity, and immediately asked why he was given so many weekends. Because they are usually released only before serious events. Kido praised him for a quick reaction and added that a long journey was waiting for them after a rest. He said they could have a good rest now, because they deserved it. Ayla immediately asked if the next task would be dangerous. The lieutenant said that it would be easy to complete the task, but the road would take a long time. Then he asked his comrades whether someone heard about a place called Belty's Forest, because he never visited there. Harold felt as if he was struck by lightning. He even knew he had frozen in place. He did not expect such words. The events in the game developed too rapidly. Harold quickly settled in a joint barracks with other knights. However, his appearance caused them anxiety. They did not trust the newcomer and even beware of it. One of the boys, barely holding back the trembling, confessed that after the exam he stopped believing in his own strength. However, a friend supported him, comforted and advised not to think about the bad. As the dialogue lasted, one of the knights tried to support his friend. They did not suspect that Harold heard everything, though he pretended to be asleep. However, the only thing that did not give him rest is the future hike to Belty's ominous forest, because it is there that, according to the game, all but the lieutenant should die. In a true story, this important event has remained very little. It was the battle between the Order of the Knights and the Star Tribe, was to be the last test for this detachment. Due to the approaches of the Imperial spies between the Order and the tribe, the enmity is flashed. Each of them decides to attack the first, and it becomes the beginning of great trouble. The Order of War Harrison began. He deliberately sent a detachment to the forest of Belta. It was he who became the one who solved this horrific battle. A crazy scientist in the name of justice has unleashed a war to have more people for their terrible experiments. He wanted to experiment and get closer to the realization of his evil plan to destroy the whole world. In this magical world, both people and monsters have a unique power, astral body. Anyone who learns to manage will be truly powerful. The power of this energy is influenced by both hereditary abilities and persistent training. It is thanks to her that people can use magic and combat techniques, something like mana. Unlike ordinary people, the people of the star have a huge supply of astral energy. Because of this, the crazy inventor seeks to explore this power, and this is the reason for the terrible battle in the Belta forest. Due to the cunning plan of Justus, the whole detachment under the command of Lieutenant Kaido was killed, and the scientist himself was able to continue his experiments by receiving. Harold felt an unprecedented force and realized what a terrible place got into. His loud victory over the monster only paved the way for new horrible events, and he did not know how to act. There was a lot of unknown in the initial story, but it was clear that Justus may have started his research before everyone thought. This was evidenced by the battle, which was to take place in Belta. Through these experiences, Harold did not find a place until late at night. The worst part is that there is almost no time to think. Harold felt quite helpless. The next day, Sito wanted to visit Harold and invite him for a walk. However, it turned out that Harold disappeared in the morning, leaving his duties not fulfilled. Shadow and Robinson could not find their friend for a long time, although they agreed to meet in advance. However, they knew that his habit to disappear without warning was not uncommon. So friends decided to find out where he went this time. The worst part was that Harold left the territory of the Order without permission, which violated his rules. It was considered a serious crime. At this time, the young aristocrat raced forward at full speed, sincerely believing that he could change his fate and fate of his friends, because he did not want to die. Finally, he came to the estate of Sumeriga's family. His unexpected return was surprised. No one expected him to see him right now. Harold quickly reported that he had urgent cases and asked to meet Mr. Tasuka immediately without asking any unnecessary questions. The servant apologized and said that the gentleman would now be absent and would return only in the evening. He suggested Harold to stay and wait inside the estate. The guy felt dissatisfaction in him, but still restrained and agreed to wait. He asked him to be spent in the middle, and the servant calmly fulfilled his request. Suddenly, the noise was rising in the yard. Everyone looked around in confusion, not understanding who came without any warning. It turned out to be Erica. She recognized at first glance. Harold's voice was heard. Left alone, the aristocrat did not find a place. He was very nervous, because he had already lost valuable time. It was too naive to hope that Tasuka was home. Harold also doubted whether this trip to the Sumeriga family would help him. Inside, he felt like a trap was trapped like a wild animal. At that moment, a familiar voice was heard behind the door, who politely asked to allow you to enter. Harold immediately forgot about his worries. He undoubtedly guessed who was standing behind the threshold. Of course, it was a charming Erica. She could not stay away when he suddenly appeared to whom she wanted to help. Now the girl was only quietly watching Harold, saying nothing. The guy was stunned by this random meeting. He did not want to talk to Erica at all. He had so much important problems on him that the relationship with the daughter of the owner seemed to him a trifle. The aristocrat wondered what she came from. He did not believe that Erica was just like that, with a smile. But Erica replied that not everything of our act is a simple explanation. But the girl reminded him that she was his bride. Therefore, as an honorable guest, Harold can be near her until their parents are absent. He suddenly refused and asked her to leave the room. But even then he could not notice that during this time she remained the same as before. Erica ignored the instruction. Like the owner's daughter, she had not to leave the guest. She quickly apologized for suddenly, because everyone was not ready for his arrival. But Harold said nothing in response. In a few minutes, the girl returned with a fragrant green tea for Harold. However, looking at him, she felt something changed in it. Harold, whom she knew before, would never sit silently, lowering the floor, especially among strangers. His unexpected appearance raised many questions. Erica realized that something was seriously worried. She carefully offered him to rest and drink tea together. Harold did not answer. Only a few minutes later, he slowly asked how she was doing. The girl did not hope to hear the question. She wanted to understand what happened to him, but did not dare to ask. The guy looked too confused. Erica realized that in order to help him, she needs to believe in him. She felt, if she just stretched her hand, he would repel her again. She said that she was grateful for her life, and she never complained about the gods. But Harold did not trust her. He was convinced that she was forced to marry, so he could not understand how she could be happy. Be happy? However, Erica said she was the daughter of a genus Sumeriga, which was grown with love, care, and good. For all this warmth, she is even ready to tear your heart out of your chest. After that, she asked him directly, is it so unacceptable for him to become her husband? Why was he against these engagement from the very beginning? She noticed both his feelings and anger. She was not blind to them. Harold was surprised by her question. Eric had never said that before, but she did not retreat. It was important for her to find out why he was so calmly accepting the harsh truth and hiding his pain in silence. Harold replied that people are guilty of everything. Erica could not restrain her words. She said he was very strong. She sincerely admired and admitted that she had repeatedly felt envy, and at the same time she was proud that he was her fiancé. Harold reacted angrily because he did not want him to be attracted by empty compliments. However, the girl explained what she was talking from her heart. She kept these words for many years. She watched how he was moving confidently, overcoming all obstacles and never seams. It was this determination that caused her true admiration. Erica quietly said that even if Harold is very strong, everyone has its own limit. There are obstacles in the world that simply not overcome alone. The girl, without hiding her annoyance, advised the bridegroom to think about how he treats others. She stressed that if he cannot learn to trust people, it can eventually break it. Harold was angry and said he rigidly that Eric did not say as if she knew him well. Erica acknowledged that little he knew about him, but he also knows nothing about it. She went through people who really sought to help Harold. But because of his stubbornness and seclusion, they could not do it. He just doesn't notice it. Erica told him, "Look around. You are not alone in this world. This may help you overcome difficulties." She remembered that her dad and dear brother always support her. In addition, there are Clara and other people who do not even pay attention to Harold. Erica was convinced that the moment would come when Harold learns to trust others and be able to seek help without any hesitation. After the conversation, she left the room quietly. She did not want to discover her feelings anymore, but only dreamed of becoming a truly close person for him. Harold was left alone. For a long time, he finally realized the words of Erica for the first time after his rebirth. He will not cope with this misery himself. The girl's words did not go out of her head. Her advice to open up to people and not be ashamed to take help for a long time left in his heart. She was really right. Everything he had was the body and knowledge of this world. Thanks to these abilities, it still remained alive, because for others, such knowledge was inaccessible. But if suddenly someone learns about his secret, the secret could turn into a real disaster. That is why he tried to stay away from others. However, he now realized that Eric was right. Everyone has their own limit. Its boundary has come. Then he remembered that once and repeatedly hoped for the support of friends. If it were not for Norman, Zen and Jake, he would not be able to save Claire and introduce a new farming system. But Harold could never trust them to the end. He constantly worried that they would guess his secret. He was most frightened by the fact that even the slightest change in the behavior of these people could destroy everything that was conceived at first. But why did he realize it only now that Erica told him open to him? He still understood everything she was talking about, but he was afraid to confess to himself. Ever since he ended up in this world, all his actions have been focused on saving his life, both his and strangers. He created vaccines, tried to prevent death. But, after all, it was his actions that became the driver of changes in the events of this story. Now his path goes to the forest of Beltis. When Harold finally reached Sumeriga's estate, he understood the answer to his main question. He did not rest only one thing: why he didn't guess it before. It is pointless to fight death alone. Other people should always be nearby, and it was this thought that was the answer that he searched for so much time. But isn't it too late? Because not knowing what happens in the game, he is deprived of his main advantage. And only the unknown and chaos awaits him in front of him: fear. The world has changed and moved in a completely different way. Research by Justice's villain has already ahead of the plot of the game. Rainer and his comrades may not even have time to become who they were destined to be. Although Harold was not easy, he decided not to sit with his hands and wait for his friends to die in the battle with the starry tribes. Harold felt all his heart that he should find a way to save them. These thoughts filled him with determination and returned forces. Harold did not wait. He decided to get to business immediately, to stop the Justice's experiments, to support the Rainer to strengthen, and to free his comrades. He knew, if he loses, he would die. In this world you will not run away from death. He resigned to this from the first day. The young aristocrat has firmly decided that even if you have to put it on Khan, he will do his best to achieve the best result and change the course of this game. Erica's words helped him understand. He is not alone. It is thanks to the people who were nearby that he has the hope of staying alive. Only now did Harold realize that Eric always tried to be near and support him, even when he pushed it. She was gentle and patient, and he treated her roughly. Already in the evening, as promised, the owner came to the house, Mr. Tasek. He asked for his delay and asked what reason the young guest visited him. Harold immediately reported that he soon went on a campaign with the knights. Their mission is scheduled for the next week, and they will go to the Beltis forest. The owner quickly realized that the path to the forest would take at least a month, because it is very far. However, he had doubts that the first task for beginners would be really difficult. Harold nodded in agreement. It seemed that it was a common intelligence task near the border. However, in fact, they were waiting for a brutal battle, and this truth struck Tasek so much that he could not hide his surprise. The old man wondered why Harold was so sure, and that he was standing behind it. Then Harold told him about a traitor in the ministry. which intentionally pushed the country before war in Beltis. The traitor wants to grab as many people from an isolated tribe as possible and to give them terrible experiments. All who find themselves in his hands are waiting for the inevitable trouble. Tasuka thought and realized that if this is true, the whole country was threatened by the traitor's actions. But Harold was well aware of attracting others without evidence is too dangerous. If he really wants to enlist the support of the Sumerigi family, he or she must present them with strong evidence. He said that he had no evidence. However, Tasuka insisted that he at least tell where he learned this secret information. Harold asked if the old man knew the name Gifult. He shook his head uncertainly, as if trying to remember. However, Harold felt, this man heard this name earlier. It turned out that the head of the family knew about this mysterious spy only from rumors. They said that he had an extraordinary ability to reveal any secrets. However, it was this answer that Harold did not want to hear. Some even called the Gifult a fairy, because if such creatures really exist, then his abilities seem almost charming. Tasuka was confused, and asked if Harold really knew this traitor personally. The guy assured that yes, and even praised the old man for his care. Tasuka claimed that Gifult is known all over the world as a true master of spying. There is no information that he could not reach. It is the highest class agent. However, no one has ever met him in person. No one even guessed whether a man or a woman. Everyone thought it was just another city legend. But if this is true, then Harold's words become much more significant. It is not deceived. His confidence is so strong that he knows Hifulta in person. Tasuka was more than once wondered what this young man was saying. But now Harold has struck him even more. Tassie even became a little scary from the thought that more secrets can have Harold. Harold looked carefully at the old man and felt pleasure. The care of Tasuki confirmed that Gifult really existed. Now all you have to do is understand who a man or woman was. Even his appearance remained a secret. No one could remember exactly what this informant looks like. Everything that concerned him was enveloped by riddles. In the game Brave Hearts, Gifult was a mentor that explained to the players how different mechanics of the game work and where you can find rare objects. Although he was not a key character, the players discovered strong monsters, a mysterious island, and even found the final level of the main dungeon, Boss. In the game, Harold repeatedly encountered this character, so it was quite natural that he could know a lot about him. Now Harold, without hesitation, shared this knowledge, giving them for his own experience and inventing a plausible story. He invented that story about Gifulta right in place, and did not even suspect how many impressions she would leave in Tasuki. Now it was the most important thing to keep a serious look, and not. Harold did not restrain smiles. But the main thing, he won the trust of the old man. Therefore, he suggested that he stop and move to the main one. The same night Tasuka stood in the yard for a long time, immersed in thinking about everything heard. It was difficult for him to believe, because the said sound just incredible. The next day, Harold, together with the Knight's detachment, went on a hike. Experienced warriors quickly noticed that the newcomer was concerned about something, so they tried to cheer him up with cheerful jokes. Robinson and Shido promised that they would always be near him. They remembered how brave he defeated the monster, so now there is no reason to worry. But Harold said they are naive optimists, and it was only annoying. He remembered how they were almost defeated by the monsters, and advised to carefully monitor what was happening, instead of talking in vain. Isla noticed that Harold was angry, but Shido just shrugged. For him, it is the usual behavior of Harold. He even laughed, assuming that he may have quarreled with his bride. Harold was angry, demanding silence and forbidding Eric. But Shido did not stop and said with a smile that everyone was in the course. Before going Harold, even on a date he had time to go. A little more jokes, and Harold swore that he would set his sword right now. The commanders noticed a dispute, cut them sharply and ordered everyone to shut up and move forward. Both asked each other and pretended to be calming down. But Harold still felt tension. Besides talking to Tasuka, he still has not found a way to escape from death. He tried to warn everyone of the danger, but without proof of his words, seemed fiction. All he could ask everyone to be careful, but unfortunately, no one took him seriously. Only Tasuka believed in his story. Harold promised to himself that he would do his best to justify the trust of this person who supported him even without any evidence. Harold appealed to the old man to get him an imperial military uniform, which he could get in the next city where their detachment will stop. Such an unusual request was surprised by Tasuka. The young man explained that she wanted her to wear imperial clothing under the armor. If the battle is inevitable, the appearance of a soldier of the Empire can confuse the enemy and reduce tension. After all, If someone from the Empire suddenly appears during the battle between the Order and the tribes of the stars, Tatsuka warned that the situation is dangerous. Enemies on both sides can attack at the same time, and then even the strongest will not be able to save Harold. However, the guy confidently stated that he was not afraid of several weak opponents. For him, all these conspirators are just small figures on the chessboard. He is looking for those who really stand for this chaos. The old man asked him to give him some time to think about everything. Harold was frank. He understood that Tezuka could refuse or decide to act differently. However, he emphasized, the form should be transmitted on time. Tezuka promised to organize everything, although it was difficult in his soul. He understood that he was sending the guy to the inevitable danger. Harold calmly and indifferently said that he does not care that Tatsuka does not interfere with him. The old man called him a stubborn fool, though he was really fond of Harold's youthful passion. However, as the father of the future bride, he could not but feel anxious. Harold was surprised by the sincere words of the old man. He asked if he was angry, because they had already decided to cancel the engagement. But Tezuka recalled that the letter stated that it is possible to break the engagement only when both agree. He promised that he would make any decision of the young. Harold wondered why the old man remained so calm. He was convinced that Eric also wanted to cancel the engagement. But Tezuka noticed that Harold first turned to Erica by name, without adding any titles. It was already a real progress. Harold thought, could he, even in his past life, Harold, could treat this girl differently and differently? He was convinced that he had never turned to her humanly always acute words, an icy tone and a silent distance between them. All these years he treated her roughly, not moving away from his usual role, and did not even think about how much it was injured. She was a good and sensitive girl, so she is unlikely to ever forgive him all. Perhaps this is what Harold wanted. Now, thinking about his actions, he decided to try to become better, at least for others to notice it. He was not sure if he really convinced Tatsuka, because he always put the interests of his clan in the first place, especially now that Harold has offended his daughter. But Harold really sought to end this war. Time was rapidly floating, and they have not yet completed the preparation. Sido tried to approach the back, hoping a little bit of a newcomer, but Harold immediately told him to fall behind. The knight was surprised. He only wanted to discharge the situation a little. Instead of answering, Harold began to shout, calling all the fools who think only of entertainment and do not care about the fact that a battle may begin tomorrow. He explained that they patrol the border, and that strangers from the forest may well be spurs of the opposite empire. Sido did not expect such news, but took it seriously. The report really mentioned more than 30 suspects. He exhaled with relief, remembering that there were as many as 200 soldiers in their detachment. Even if it is a reconnaissance of the empire, they can overcome the enemy. But Harold thought differently. It seemed that in fact enemies were much larger. He felt that all their detachment was going on a trap. Harold thought thoughtfully to Sido and all others, urging them to reflect on their lives. He said that if they want to survive, they should be prepared for any trials. Unlike Sido, or was really worried about these words. Even Lieutenant Kaito, though he knew what a newcomer was able to think. Maybe this mission would be much more complicated than it seemed at the beginning.